Hey guys, welcome to this video. In today's video, we will be creating a resume builder web app using MERN stack. You can add this project to your resume. Let me show a demo of my site. Now as you can see, nav bar on top with icon on left and get started button on right. When we click on the button, it will open a login model. Here we can switch between login and sign up. After this comes our banner section as text on left and a image SVG on right side. After this comes our why chooser section with details in boxes and boxes having the hover effects. After this comes our start building section. When we click, it shows our login model. If we are logged in, it will redirect us to our dashboard. After that, a sleek footer. Now let me show you our login feature. So let me sign up first to create an account. Let me fill the details and click create account. Now we will be able to see our dashboard page and our nav bar will change. Now in dashboard, click on create your first resume button, give title and click create button. Now it will open our resume page. Let me fill the details and it will show a toast and we will be again on our dashboard page. Here we can delete our resume and it will show a model, then again delete, it will delete the resume. Again let me create a new resume. Fill in the details and click next. Now save the details. As you can see, it shows the completion percentage on both edit as well as on the dashboard. Now I will open another Chrome as to log in with new ID and you will see that each user can see his or her own resume only. Now I will open this resume which is 100% completed. So clicking next, it will show that we need to fill each details. Making changes and save and exit button. Now click again on the preview button and it will show you the preview. You can select theme according to your desire. When we click on download PDF, it will download our resume as our PDF. You can see the PDF on Chrome also. It will have all the details that you have just filled. Now this site is fully responsive for all the devices, that is mobile, for laptop view and for the tablet view also. So let's get started. Open your VS Code. Now go to your Chrome, search for white React. Open the first link. Now scroll down and let's copy this command and now paste it in your terminal. Now give project name as Frontend. Now framework will be React and variant will be JavaScript. Now copy this line and paste it here. Then let's install our node packages. Now till then let's install our Tailwind CSS. So again in Chrome, search for Tailwind CSS. Click on the first link, click on get started. Now using white, and let's copy this command and now paste it in your terminal. Now after this, let's copy this import statement, and now in front-end folder, now in src we don't need app.css, remove it, and now go to white.config.js and paste it here. Now again copy this command and now here put a comma and paste it here. Now after this, copy this import statement. Now go to your index.css and paste it here. Now after this, copy this h1 tag and now in your app.jsx remove all this and type here RAFCE, and in place of app paste it here. Change class to class name. Now in your terminal type here npm run dev. Now type O and enter. So it will open in your browser. So now our Tailwind package is installed successfully. Now after this, let's go to index.html and now give our title, that is resume frontend. Now let's close this. Now let's close this frontend folder and now let's create a backend folder. So in our split terminal, let's type here cd backend. So in backend, let's type npm init to initialize our backend. So package will be backend, press enter. In entry point, type here server.js. Now after this, press enter, then enter, and after this type here yes and enter. So a package.json file is present here. Let's create a server.js file here. Now in package.json, now here let's type here type will be module. So it will convert our backend in ES6 module. So now after this, let's type here npm, let me close this front-end terminal, and now let's type here npm install Express. Express is a web framework. Then comes our CORS. CORS is a Express framework, enables cross origins request. Then comes our .env file that helps in creation or loading of .env file. Then comes Bcrypt.js, that is a library used for securely hashing passwords and comparing them. Then comes our JSON web token that helps in creation of JWT web token. Then comes our Mongoose. Mongoose is an ODM that is used for creation of schema. Then comes our Multer that is used for storing the images. And lastly, we have NodeMon, that is a tool that automatically restarts their server. Now let's remove this test command, and now here let's type here start, and inside this let's type a NodeMon server.js. Will automatically restarts our server every time we made our changes. Now in server.js, let's type import Express from Express package. Then import CORS from CORS. Then after this, let's type here import .env/config. Then after this, let's type here const app is equal to Express. So now after this, let's type const port is equal to 4000. Now after this app.use, in this we will be typing here CORS. It will act as a middleware. Then after this, let's type here connect DB. We will be connecting here database. Then our middlewares in this middleware, let's type app.use express.json. So it's a middleware. Then after this, let's type here route. We will be defining our routes here. And then in this, let's type app.get slash, put a comma, type here request comma response and create an arrow function. And inside this response.send, what it will show, that is API working on our Chrome. Then after this, we will be making our server listen, that is app.listen. So it will listen on the port, and let's create our arrow function. And inside this, type here console.log server backtick server started on http://localhost, and now colon, and our port will be sent here. So now in terminal, let's type here npm start. So it will start our server on this localhost, and it will show API working. So now after this, let's create our folder structure. That is, we have a config file. Then inside backend, we will having a models folder. Then we will be having our controllers folder. Then we will have routes, and then we will have our middleware folder. Now in config, let's create our db.js file. So now here let's type here import mongoose from mongoose package. Then let's type here export const connect db, then equal to async function, and create an arrow function. Inside this, let's type await keyword mongoose dot connect, and inside this, now let's go to our Chrome, and now here let's go for MongoDB and click on the first link, click on sign in, or click on get started if you have not created your account. So sign up with Google. Now after signing up, you have to create a new project. Click on new project, and inside this, name your project. So it will be resume, in my case resume builder. Then click on next. Now click on create project. You can add your members in this. So now after this, click on create button for creating our cluster. Click on free, and now after this, click on create deployment. So now it will show you the password. Never use @ in the password. So for my, it will be resume123. So after this, click on create database user, and then choose a method. Click on drivers. So now it will show you your link soon. So let's copy this link here and now paste it here. After this slash, give our database name, that is resume. Then after this, type here .then method, and inside this, create an arrow function, and let's type here console.log. It will show db connected in your terminal. So now after this, go to server.js, and now here let's type here connect db. So now type here .js in your calling. So it has to show connect db. Now after this, when you have done this, click done and go to your network access, and here click on edit, click on allow access from anywhere and click confirm. So now it will take some time here. Now after this is done, go to your cluster, click on browse collection, or don't click. Let's check again. Click rs, give a bracket here, and it will show db connected. So it will become a function here. Now after this, go to your models and click here, and let's type here user model. Let's create our file, that is user model.js. Here in this, type here import mongoose from mongoose package. Then type const user schema is equal to new mongoose dot schema, and inside this we have to define our schema for the user. So we will be having our name. The name will have, type will be string, and it will be required will be true. So it will be required. Then after this we will be taking email for login. So here the type of the email, it will be again string. Then it will be required will be true. And then after this we have to give a unique property so that a particular email is only registered. So it will be true. Then password, for password again the type will be string, and required will be true. So now after this, let's give here a timestamp so that we know when our user has been registered. So our timestamp, and inside this it will be true. So it will show created and updated at there. So after this, let's type export default mongoose dot schema mongoose dot model, and inside this type here user and pass here user schema. Now after this, let's go to controller folder and let's create user controller.js file, and inside this let's type here import user from model / user model.js. Now after this, let's create our function for registration. So let's type here export const register user is equal to an async function. Inside this request comma response, and create an arrow function. Type here a try catch block, and inside this try block let's type here const name comma email and password is equal to request dot body. So these detail will be coming from the request body. Then after this, check if user already exists or not. So here in this function we will be checking whether the user exists or not. So const user exist is equal to await keyword user dot find one. So we will be finding that particular user using email as it is unique. So if user exists, if the user is found that is already existing, then return response dot status, and inside this the status will be 400.json method, and inside this let's type here message, and in message it will show that user already exists. So what will happen here, that we will be finding the user through email as it is unique, and if we found that user, it will show that user already exists. Then if password dot length, if password's length is less than 8 character, then type here return response dot status. It will show here error status that is 400, and in .json success it will be false, and put a comma, and message it will show password must be strong or must be at least 8 characters. 8 characters. So here the password length must be minimum 8 and maximum it can be anything. Then let's type here hashing password. So here we will be hashing our password. if both the things is done, then let's type here const salt is equal to await keyword bycrypt dot generate salt. So we will be generating our salt for 10. Now let's import it. Let's import bycrypt from bycrypt.js from this package, then import JWT from JSON web token package. Now after this, let's generate our token here. So in this, let's type here. So here let's type here const generate token is equal to user and user ID, and let's create an arrow function return JWT dot sign method, and inside this sign we will be passing here ID will be user ID, and it will be mixing with process.env. So let's create a env file in our backend first, .env file here, and inside this let's type here JWT underscore secret is equal to, you can give here anything. In this I will be giving hexa. So now let's copy this JWT secret as it has to be same here, then type dot and paste it here, then put a comma, and it will be expires in 7 days. So our JW token will be expiring in 7 days. Now after this generation of the salt, then let's type here const hashed password is equal to await keyword, and inside this let's type here bycrypt dot hash. So it will be hashing the password which is mixed with salt. Then after this let's type create a user, then let's type here const user is equal to await user dot create function, and inside this user will have these details, that is it will have name, it will have email, then after this email we will be having the password will be hashed password to maintain the integrity of our user. So having these details will create a user. Then it will show response.status. In this we will be showing our status, that is 201, that is success. Then in JSON let's type here ID will be user dot underscore ID, that is MongoDB ID. Then name will be user dot name, then put a comma, and let's type here email will be user dot email, and then it will have a token, that is it will be coming from our generate token, and it will have user dot underscore ID. So it will show this status in our Thunder client. So now after this in catch block let's type response.status 400, make it 500 .json. So in this message will be server error. So it will show when the server is not running, and in this and the case error it will show error dot message. So the message will be shown here. Now after this let's create a function, that is login function. Now here let's type here export const login user is equal to a async function and request comma response and create an arrow function. Now here let's create a try catch block, and now in try block let's type here const email comma password these both details will be coming from request.body. So now after this, type here const user is equal to await keyword user dot find one, and inside this we will be finding the user using email. So here these details will be coming from this, and user will be found using the email. So if user not found, if in that case we will be showing return response.status, and it will show status that is 500.json method, and inside this message will be invalid email or password. So here the user will be not found, then it will show this, and we will be finding that user using email. Then let's compare the password. So now here in this function we will be comparing our password. So let's type here const is match is equal to await keyword bcrypt dot compare method, and inside this we will be comparing password with user dot password. So the user given password will be compared to the password. So if in case of not matching of the password, it will return response.status, it will be 500 again .json method, and again it will show message. It will show, let me just copy this return statement and let me paste it here. Same, it will show that invalid email or password. Now after this, let's just copy this response.status, and after this let's paste it here. So if both things doesn't work, then it will find the user and it will show this. Then again copy this catch block and paste it here. Now after this, let's create another function, that is get user function. So it will get you the user profile function. So here let's type here export const user get user profile is equal to an async function, and inside this request comma response, and create an arrow function, and here let's create a try catch block, and now in try block let's type here const user is equal to await keyword user dot find by id, and here we will be finding the user by the id. So it will be coming from the request.user.id dot select method, and in this select we will be typing minus password. So here we will be finding the user by the id. So if user not found, if in that case return response.status, it will be 404.json method, and inside this message it will be user not found. So if the user is not founded by the id, it will show this response status. Then in else it will show response.json user. So it will fetch the user. Now copy this catch block and paste the catch block here. So it will show the same server error. So we will be getting the user from here. So now after this, in middleware, let's create a middleware, that is auth middleware.js. Now here let's type here import user from /model/user model.js. Now after this, let's type here import JWT from JSON web token. So here we will be writing this function for the token generation. So let's type here export const protect is equal to an async function request comma response comma next, and create an arrow function, create a try catch block, and now in try block type here const, or just type here let token is equal to request dot header. So the token will be coming from here. So here we will be maintaining our token and we will be protecting the routes here. So if token and token dot starts with inside this, let's type here bearer, and after this, so if the token that starts with bearer, so token is equal to token dot split method. So we'll be splitting our method using a space and it will be 1. Then let's type here const decoded is equal to jwt dot verify method, and inside this verification we will be verifying token comma process dot env dot. Now in env file again just copy and paste the jwt secret there, paste it here. Now here we will be decoding our token. So after this, let's type here request dot user is equal to await keyword, and inside this user dot find by id. So we'll be finding the user by id, that is decoded dot id dot select method, and inside this select we will be passing here minus password. Then after this type next, and then so here we will be finding the token and splitting it and verifying here. In else case type here response dot status, and the status will be 401 dot json method, and now inside this type here message, and in message it will be not authorized. So it will show that the token is not generated and you are not authorized for the future for the further movement in our front end. So it will just verify and decode and match the token to the existing user. So in case of the error that is in cache block, type here response.status 401.json method, and the message it will be token failed. So the generation of the token will be failed here in case of the error, and it will show the error message will be error.message. Then inside this routes, let's create our user router.js. Change it to user routes.js. Inside this, let's type here import express from express package. Then after this type here const user router is equal to express dot router. Then after this type here user router dot a post method. So it will be a post method to push or to publish or to upload. So it will be done on /register route, and we will be passing here register user. So it dot type here dot .js. So it will be done on this route for the registration. Then user router dot post method, again it will be a post method and it will be done on /login, and it will be login user. Then user router dot get method, so it will be a fetching method that it will be getting the details, and it will be done on /profile, and it will be a protected route. So getting will be only done once a token is generated. Then we will be passing here get user profile. So a protected route as token will be required. Now after this, let's type export default user router. So we will be exporting our user router. Now in middleware, type here app.use. Here inside this, let's type /API/auth and put a comma, and let's import user router. So now, or import just user routes here. So type here import user routes from //routes and /user routes.js. So now it will show that the DB connected and server started on localhost. Go to your Thunder client. If you don't have Thunder client, go to extensions and search for Thunder client. So now install this Thunder client for the testing of our APIs. So go to your Thunder client, click on new, remove this and make it a post method, and again remove this and type here, go to your local host and copy this URL and paste it here. Type here /API/auth and /register. So now in body, let's type here name, and in name it will show hexa, then put a comma. Now email, in email it will be hexa@gmail.com, and then password. In case of password, we will be typing here any password. So if we enter a less password, it will show the error message, that is password at least of 8 characters. Now it will show you the output, that is we will be having the token, we will be having email, name and ID. So for login, we don't require this name, remove this, and again let's log in here. So again it will show you this status 201 and it's working fine. So now in our MongoDB, go to browse collection, and now here as you can see resume, and in resume we have user, and the user will have these details, and it will also show created and updated as due to this timestamp. Now let's close this all, and now again go to your models and create resume model.js. Here again let's type here import mongoose from mongoose package. Now after this, type here const resume schema is equal to new mongoose.schema, and now inside this let's define our resume schema. So we will be having user ID. So this user ID will be coming from the user model. So type will be mongoose.schema.types.object ID. Now put a comma. Reference, it will be coming from the user. Then put a comma and type here required, it will be true. So it will be required. Then after this, so due to this, it will only show a particular resume to a particular ID. So a single person can only see his own resumes. So title, it will be string, and required, it will be true. Then after this, type here thumbnail link, and inside this type will be string. Then after this, type here template, and in template theme, it will be string, and color, it will color platelet, it will be string again. Now after this, type here profile info. Inside this profile info, let's type here profile preview URL, and it will be string, and full name. Now in full name it will be again a string, then designation it will be string, and summary it will be string. So for profile info we will have these 4 details. Then contact info. In case of contact info, we will be taking email as a string, phone number will be string, then location again it will be string type, and now LinkedIn, so the LinkedIn link will be string again, and GitHub link it will be string again. Now after this, let's type website link, it will be a string again. Now after this, let's create our work experience. So here let's type work experience, and inside this create an array, and we will be having these experience, that is company will have string, role will be string, and start date will be string, and end date again it will be string type. Now after this, description it will be again string. Now after this work experience, let's type here education, so again it will be an array, and we will be having these details, that is degree, we will be taking degree as a string, then institution it will be string again, then start date it will be again string, and end date again it will be string. Now after this education, we have to take skills, so we will be taking skills as an array. So inside this we will be taking skill, will have name property which will be string, progress which will be string again. Then after this skill, we will be taking here projects, so in projects it will be again an array, and inside this array we will be typing here title, so the project will have title, project will have some description, that is again string, and it will have a GitHub link, so it will be again string, then it will have a live demo link, so it will be again string. Now after this, let's type here certification. So in certification we will be passing in a array, and then we will be typing title will be string, issuer, so the company name that issued that certification will be string again, in year that will be again string. So after taking all these details, we will be typing languages, so in this languages it will be again name, and the type will be string, and we will be typing here progress will be string. Now change progress to number, as progress will be coming from the number, copy this number, and in skills we have to change it here again number. Now put a comma here. Now after this, let's type here interest, so it will be string in an array. Now after this, put a comma here, and now inside this type here timestamp, and in timestamp it will show created at, which is created at, then put a comma, updated at, and it will be showing updated at. So now after this, let's export our export default mongoose dot model, and let's export resume. So after this, let's type here resume schema, so let's export it. So our resume database will have these details, these education details, work experience, contact info, and etc. So in controller, let's type here resume controller dot JS. So now here let's type here import resume from /models /resume model dot JS. Now type export const create resume function is equal to an async function request comma response and create an arrow function, and now inside this create a try catch block. Now in try block let's type here const title is equal to request dot body. So this title will be coming from the request. Then let's type here default template. So here we will be going to our Chrome and search for GitHub. Now here let me search here for resume, build resume. This link will be provided in the description box. Go to your backend and now in resume dummy.js. Now here let's scroll down and now just copy this default template, and after this in your VS Code paste it here below this. So here we will be initializing the profile info, the contact info and work experience, projects, certification, languages and interest. Then after the initialization let's type here const new resume is equal to await keyword resume dot create function, and inside this we will be typing here user id will store request dot user dot underscore id. So after this title will be stored, then after this default resume data will be stored here, and now to show it we will be showing request dot body. Now here we will be creating our new resume which will have the user ID, title and rest of the default resume data. Now after this response dot send, so it will else type is response dot status. Now in status it will be 201 as it's a success. Then in JSON let's type here new resume. Now in catch block, in case of the error it will show response dot status and status will be 400, make it 500 and dot JSON method, and inside this message will be failed to create resume, and the error will be passed here error dot message. So here we will be creating our resume, and resume will contain our these details. So now after this the creation, let's create our get function to get the resume. So export const get user resume is equal to an async function request dot comma response and create an arrow function. Now create a try catch block. Now again in try block let's type here const resume is equal to resumes is equal to await keyword. Now here resume dot find one, so we will be finding or just find, we have to find multiple resumes, so it will be finded using the id function, that is user id, and it will be getting the request dot user dot MongoDB id, then dot short method, and it will be shorted by update at, so it will be showing the updated through -1, that is the latest one. Then after this response dot JSON method, and now inside this we will be passing here resumes. So it will show you the resume using the, it will get the resume using the user ID. Then in case of the error, let's just copy this response status from the above and paste it here and change it to failed to get resume. Now after this, let's create another function, that is get resume by ID. So it will show the resume for a particular ID. So here let's type here const export const get resume by ID is equal to an async function request comma response, and create again an arrow function, create a try catch block, and in try block let's type here const resume is equal to await keyword resume dot find one, and we'll be finding here using the ID method. So underscore ID will be request dot params dot ID comma user ID will be request dot user dot underscore ID. Now here we will be finding only a 1 using that particular ID. If resume not found, in that case it will show the return response dot status. It will be 404.json method, and here let's type the message. It will be resume not found. So if resume is not found through the ID, it will show you this message. Else response.json, and in this it will pass resume here. So we will be finding the resume using the ID and we will be passing it here. Then in case of the error, let's copy again the line here and paste it here. Now after this, let's type here update resume function. Now here let's type here export const update resume is equal to an async function request comma response, and create an arrow function. Now here create a try catch block, and inside this try block let's type here const resume is equal to await keyword resume dot find one. So we will be finding it through ID, and ID will have the request dot params dot ID, and user ID will be request dot user dot underscore ID, that is MongoDB ID. Now after this, let's type here if resume is not found using the ID, then in that case it will show return response dot status. It will show again 404.json method, and inside this message it will be resume not found or not authorized. So if the updation is not done, or if the resume is not found, either you are not authorized, that you have not logged in, else it will show the resume is not found there. Now after this, let's type here merge updated resume. So here we will be merging the previous resume to our new resume. So here object dot assign method resume comma request dot body, through this line we will be getting the resume and the request dot body, that is the changes. So here we will be saving our updated resume here. So now after this, type here const saved resumes is equal to await keyword, then here resume dot save method, and now after this response.json, and we will be passing here saved resume. Now after this the merging, then in error again paste it here and change it to failed to update resume. Now after this, let's create another function, that is delete resume function, to delete our resume. Now here let's type here export const delete resume is equal to an async function, and inside this request comma response and create an arrow function. Now inside this create an try catch block, and now in try block let's type here const resume is equal to await keyword resume dot find one, and we'll be again finding it using the same method. So now here let's just copy these two lines and now paste it here, as we are finding this using the ID. Then after this copy this, if resume is not found, in that case it will show this error again. Now after this let's type here the delete function. So here let's type create a uploads folder and store the resume there. So here in backend let's create our uploads folder. Now inside this we will be storing our resume, and once deleted it will remove our image of the resume here. Then let's type here const uploads folder is equal to path. So now let's import our path here. Import path, import fs from first fs, and then import path from path package. Now through the path we will be finding our image. So dot join method, and it will be joining our process dot cwd comma, it will be uploads folder. Now after this let's delete the thumbnail here. So deleting our thumbnail means deleting our resume. So if resume dot thumbnail link, so if we have this link, then const old thumbnail is equal to path dot join method, and now here we will be joining our uploads folder, put a comma, path dot base name, and inside this base name we will be typing here resume dot thumbnail link. Here we will be getting our old thumbnail using this line. If fs dot exists sync, so if our old thumbnail already exists, then in that case we will be typing here fs dot unlink sync, so it will be unlinking that old thumbnail. So in this we will be linking and unlinking the existing old thumbnail. Then if resume dot profile info dot profile preview URL, then type const old profile is equal to again path dot join method, and again we will be joining our uploads folder with path dot base name, and in base name we will be having our resume dot profile info dot profile preview URL. So we will be joining our uploads folder with path dot base name. Then again let's copy this and paste it here, change the exist sync with old profile, and we will be unlinking the old profile when deleted. So through this we will be deleting our thumbnail here. Then delete the resume document, so we will be deleting it from the MongoDB. So here let's type const deleted is equal to await keyword resume dot find one and delete function, and through this method we will be passing here. Again, just copy this id function. So we will be finding this using the id and we will be deleting it through the id. So now after this, if deleted resume is not found, if deleted is not found, then in that case return response.json method, response.status, it will be 404. Then again just copy this line that you are not authorized or else the resume is not found. So we will be deleting the resume using the id method. Then if it's founded, then it will show the message will be resume deleted successfully. So here we will be deleting the resume from the MongoDB using this. Now again catch block, let's copy this line, and now in catch block just paste it here. So here we will be deleting it using the id method, and in case of error it will show the error message. So now after this, change the id d to small d in get resume by id. Now after this, create another controller that is upload images.js. So here in middleware, type here upload middleware.js file. So in this, let's type here import multer from multer package. Now here we will be adding our middleware for uploading the resume image here. Const storage is equal to multer.disk storage, and in disk storage we will be saving here destination, and destination it will be request file cb, then an arrow function. Now inside this, type here cb will be null, it will be uploads folder slash. Now after this, file name, in the file name we will be typing here request file cb. Now again create an arrow function, and now inside this file name we will be storing cb will be null, $date.now function. So it will store the date using the now function. Now give a backtick here to make it a function here. Then after this, let's type here minus $file.original name. Now after this, we will be storing our image in our disk storage. So it will be having the destinations upload slash. For the file filter, type here const file filter is equal to request file cb again, and create an arrow function. Now inside this, type here const allowed types is equal to, here we will be allowing the images that has the JPG, then the image which will be having the .png, else it can be image slash JPG. So only these three types are allowed. So if allowed types dot includes, then if it includes file dot mine type, so in that case if it includes only these three types, then in that case cb will be null, it will be true. Then in else case it will be cb new error. So if in else case if these three .jpg is not found, then it will show a new error, only .jpg, .jpeg and .png are allowed format. Now after this it will show false And now let's type here const uploads is equal to multer dot multer, and inside this we will be passing a storage and file filter. Now after this, let's export our default upload. Now it will upload our upload middleware. Now again here, so it will show it is working fine and server connected and DB connected. Now in uploads images, type here import fs from fs package and then import path from path package. Now after this, import resume from /model/resume model.js. Now after this, let's type import upload from upload middleware.js file. Now after this, let's type here export const upload resume image is equal to an async function request comma response and create an arrow function. Now inside this, create a try catch block, and now in try block, let's type here const, or just type here first, let me explain, that is configure multer to handle images. So here we will be configuring the multer to handle the images from the uploads folder. So upload dot fields, the field will have name, and name it will be thumbnail. Then after this, put a comma. Again we will have a second field, that is name will be profile image. So after this, type here request dot comma response comma and async, and in async it will be error, create an arrow function. So if error is found, then in that case return response dot status, it will be 400.json method, and in JSON it will be message will be file upload field. So in that case, if we found an error, it will show that file upload failed, and error will be error.message. Now make it err.message. Now after this, let's type here const resume id is equal to request.params.id. Now after this, type here const resume is equal to await keyword, and inside this resume dot find one, and we will be finding it using the MongoDB ID will be resume ID, and user ID will have request dot user dot underscore ID. So here in case of the error, it will show this message. Now here we will be using the find method for the ID. So if resume is found using the ID method, then in that case it will return response.status, and it will be 404.json method, and now inside this message, and message will be resume not found. So if resume is not found, either it's not present, or either you are unauthorized as you don't have the login token. Now after that, let's type here use process CWD to locate uploads folder. So here type here const upload folder is equal to uploads folder is equal to path dot join method, and we will be joining our process.cwd, and inside put a comma, type here uploads folder. Now after this, type here const base name, base URL, and here we will be storing our URL. So it will be $request.protocol, then colon / request.get host. So here it will be the base URL. Now type here const new thumbnail is equal to request.files.new thumbnail, change it, remove new, and it will be thumbnail dot at 0. Then type here const new profile image is equal to request.files.profile image at array 0. Now after this, if new thumbnail is not, if it's present, then in that case, if resume dot thumbnail link, then inside this, if resume dot thumbnail link is also present, then const old thumbnail is equal to path dot join method, and inside this we will be joining our upload resume image, or just uploads folder. We will be joining our uploads folder with path dot base name, and inside this base name we will be passing here resume dot thumbnail link. So here we will be joining our old thumbnail to uploads folder with the thumbnail link. Now after this, if fs dot exist sync and the old thumbnail, if the old thumbnail exists, then in that case just type here fs dot unlink old thumbnail. So it will unlink the old previous thumbnail and it will change it to new thumbnail. Then resume dot thumbnail link is equal to backtick base URL slash uploads slash dollar, again here type here new thumbnail. So it will have the new thumbnail dot file name. So it will contain the file name. So this is the URL for the new thumbnail. So it will unlink the old and it will upload the new thumbnail here. Now after this, type here same for the profile preview image. So here paste it again here, just change new thumbnail to new profile image. Now resume dot it will be profile info, then inside this it will be profile preview URL. Now here for the old thumbnail, change it to old profile, and here change it again to profile info dot profile preview URL. Then again unlink, check for the existing here and unlink the old profile again here. For the base URL, change here to profile info dot profile preview URL and change new link again to new profile image dot file name. So now after this, type here await keyword and type here resume dot save method. So it will be saving our new resume here, and it will show the response dot status. It will be 200, that is the success message, and in JSON we will be typing here message, and the message will store that image uploaded successfully. Now after this, put a comma and type here thumbnail link will be resume dot thumbnail link, and profile preview URL will be resume dot profile info dot profile preview URL. So now here we will be saving our resume here, and status will show this things. Now in case of the error, just type here console.error, and the inside this type here, make it err. Now inside this type here error uploading image. So and the error will be passed here. Now after this response.status, and the status will be 500.json method, and inside this type here message. It will be failed to upload images. Now error will be passed as err.message. So the message will be passed in case of the error. Now let me close this. Now in routes, let's create a folder that is resume routes.js. Now inside this, let's import our Express from the Express package. Import Express from Express. Then after this, type here const resume router is equal to express.router. Now after this, type here resume router dot post method. So it will be a post method. It will be done on slash, and here it will be protected. So we will be required type here .js first. So we will be requiring a token, as in protect we have protected the route using the bearer method. So it will require a token. So for resume creation, you will be requiring a token here. So after this, type here .js also. Then after this, type here resume router dot, again this will be a get method, and we'll be getting it on slash. So here it will be protected, as after login you will be able to get the resume by get all the resume. And then resume router dot get, again it will be done on slash under colon id. So it will be done on id, as we will be getting a particular resume through this route. Then resume router dot put method. So it will be a method for the updation, and it will be again done on slash colon id, and put a comma. It will be protected. Then again put a comma and type here update resume. Then after this, resume router dot, again it will be a put method, and it will be done on the same id slash uploads images. So here on this route we will be uploading the resume image again and again. So we will be importing uploads image, resume image. Now after this, the upload, it will be coming from the uploads route. Then after this, resume router dot delete method, and same we will be deleting it using the id, and put a comma. It will again be a protected route, and here we will be calling here delete resume. So it will be deleting our resume. Now after this, type here export default resume router. So after this, go to our server.js, and now here let's type here first, let me just type here import path from path package, and now import file URL to path from URL. Now after this, type here const double underscore file name is equal to file URL to path. It will be import.meta.url. And now after this, const double underscore dir, that's a directory name, is equal to path dot directory name, and inside this it will be double underscore and it will be file name. Now after this, type here app dot use method, and inside this it will be slash API slash resume, 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 put a comma and type here resume routes. Now copy this, and now let's import our resume route here. Import resume route from /routes/ resume route.js. So now after this, let's type here app dot use method, and now inside this we will be uploading the image through /uploads folder, put a comma and type here express.static, and here path dot join method, and inside this join method it will be underscore directory name, put a comma and uploads will be passed here. Now set headers, and in headers we will be setting response comma underscore path, and now here response dot set, it will set that access control allowed origin, so we'll be allowing the origin here, and now just copy this frontend URL so that it can only be allowed using the frontend URL. So for the uploads of the resume, it will only allow the frontend route here. So we are setting this header here. Now after this, go to your GitHub, and now just copy this dummy data which we will be using for the testing in our Thunder client. Just copy this till here and copy this. Now again in your Thunder client, click on new request, and now change it to post method, and now in server just type here http localhost API / resume RESUME / now after this in body just paste it here, the copied, and click enter, send. So it will show not authorized or no token found. For the new token, again just log in it as we have done it previously, so it will show you the token here. Copy this token here, and now go to your headers. Now remove all this and type here authorization, and now in value type here bearer and space and paste the token here. Now in body again send it here, so it will be sent successfully and the status will be 201 created. Now let's go to our MongoDB. Let me refresh it here. Now inside our MongoDB you will be able to see in resumes, you will be able to see the resume here. It will show all the details which we have sent using our Thunder client. So this is working all fine here. The certifications are coming here. So now after this, let's close all of this, and after this in folder let's close this backend folder, and now in split terminal type here cd frontend, and again let's run it using the npm run dev command. Now here just type here O, enter, so it will open it on the Chrome. Let's close this. Let me shift it here. So as you can see, the front end is working fine here. The Tailwind is successfully installed. Now in SRC, let's create a folder, that is components folder. Now after this, create another folder, that is pages folder. Now inside the pages folder, let's create our first page, that is landing page.jsx. Now here let's type here RAFCE. Now after this, in your main.jsx, remove the strict mode from here. and now go to your Chrome and search for React Router DOM. Now open your first link. Now copy this command and paste it in your terminal. Now after this, let's again type npm run dev, and now let's wrap our app component inside the browser router. Now cut from app here and paste it here. Now after this, type here import browser router from browser React Router DOM. Now after this, in your index.css, we have shared the file on GitHub as well as in the dummy-data.jsx. You can check it from there and paste it here. Now after this, in your app component, that is app.jsx, let's type here routes, and now after this, let's import our routes. So import routes from React Router DOM. Now after this routes, inside route, let's create route, and path will be slash, and the element will be landing page. So on this slash route, it will redirect us to our landing page. Now on Chrome, as you can see, it's present here. Now after this, go to your landing page.jsx and let's create it here. Now create a div tag. In assets, we have this images here, which is given in the description link below, as well as the dummy styles, which will have the styles we will be using for this project. Now after this, give class name. Now type here landing page style, and for this landing page we will be using these CSS classes. So now let's close this, and after this, type here dot container. Then after this, let's create our header. Now create a header tag, give class name, it will be landing page styles dot header. Then a div tag, give class name landing page dot header container. Then another div tag, landing page styles dot logo container. Then another div tag, give class name landing page styles dot logo icon. Now as you can see, a icon box is present here. Now after this, search in Chrome for Lucidity React, and now copy this command here and now paste it in your terminal. Now it will install this package here. Now after this, installing. Till then, let's search for again Lucidity React, and in the main website, go to icons, and in icons search for layout template. Now open this and maximize it. Now after maximizing, just select React and copy this import statement, and now on the top, let's paste it here. Now after this, type here the layout template, the icon, give class name to the icon, it will be landing page styles dot logo icon inner. Now after this, again type npm run dev. Now close this and it will refresh. So now after this refresh, you can see the icon is present here. Now after this div, let's create a span tag, give class name to the span tag, that is landing page styles dot logo text, and let's give a text that is resume expert. So as you can see, it's present here. Now after this div tag, let's create our mobile menu button. Then create a button tag, give class name to the button, it will be landing page styles dot mobile menu button. Now after this, let's define the state, that is mobile menu open comma set mobile menu open is equal to use state, and the value will be false. Now after this type here on click and let's create an arrow function, set mobile open, it will be not mobile menu open. Now after this let's type here mobile menu open. In that case it will show X icon and give class name to the icon. It will be landing page styles dot mobile menu icon and the size of the icon, it will be 24. Let me just cut it the icon size here and just paste it inside this. Now after this, inside this let's create the else type. In else it will show menu icon and again the size will be 24 and give class name, it will be landing page styles dot mobile menu icon. And let's close this here. Go for the mobile menu, it is present as the hamburger is present here. Now after this button tag, let's create our desktop navigation. So now create a div tag, give class name, it will be hidden. For medium screen it will be flex item center. Then let's type here user. So for the user let's create our folder that is context. Let me create a context here, that is user context hook.jsx. Now inside this let's type here import React from React package. Then export const user context is equal to create context. So it will create our context here. Now after this type here const user provider function is equal to, let's type here children as props and after this create an arrow function. And now after this type here const user comma set user is equal to use state hook and then this hook the value will be null. Then again type const loading comma set loading is equal to use state and the value will be true. Then let's type a use effect hook and create an arrow function. Inside this hook let's type here if user is present then return. Then let's type here const access token is equal to local storage dot get item. So we'll be getting the item that is token from the local storage. Now if access token is not found, in that case we will be typing here set loading will be false and return, it will return this. So if the token is present in the local storage, it will get it from there. Then let's type here const fetch user is equal to an async function, create an arrow function, create a try catch block and inside the try block let's type here const response is equal to await keyword. And after this let's first create a folder that is utils folder and in utils let's type here API paths.js. Now here let's type here export const base underscore URL is equal to, let me just copy the backend URL here and now paste it here, remove the slash here. Then after this let's create our routes used for frontend. Now after this let's type here export const API underscore paths is equal to, let's type here auth and for authentication we will be using our register and in register we will be typing here slash API slash auth, after this slash register. So for this route as you can see we have already created these things in our backend. Now in user router we have created this slash register and in server we have already tested it here. Now same it will be done for the login. For login we will be typing here slash API/auth/login. Now same here, we will be using this /API/auth/auth and then /login. Then same goes for the profile section also. Now type here get profile, and for that we will be typing here API/auth/ just paste it here. Now after this auth, we will be creating the routes for our resume. So for resume we have to create first. So for the creation it will be API/resume/API/resume. Then for these resume, as you can see in backend, we have already declared this route, and for creation it is /, and for get user it is also /. So after this, for get all, so for the getting all of the resume, it is again the same. Then after this, get by ID. So for resume to get by ID, we have to pass an ID and create an arrow function, and inside this backtick, and we'll be redirecting it to the ID of that particular user. The ID will be coming from the MongoDB ID. Now as you can see, the ID is present here in the backend. Now copy this line here till the ID, and now after this, for update, paste it here again. Then for delete method, it will be also done using the ID method, put a comma here. Now after this, for our upload images, that is the resume images, we will be done using this ID, and after that it will redirect us to /upload images. So for the upload images, we have already mentioned it here. So after this, put a comma here, and after this just type here for image, it will be upload image, and for upload image it will be API/auth/upload image. Now after this, let's close it here. In landing page, now create another util, that is Axios instant.js. Let's type here import. Here just search for Axios package. So let's first install Axios. So in terminal, let's type here npm install Axios, or just paste the command. Now again npm run dev to start it. Close it here. Now refresh it. So now after this, let's type here Axios from Axios package. So it will be importing that from here. Then let's type import base URL from /API paths. Then type here const Axios instance is equal to Axios dot create method, and inside this the creation, type here base URL. It will have the base URL, that is base URL. Then it will have a timeout, that is 10,000, that is 10 seconds, and it will have a header. Inside the header, we will be defining our content type, and the content type, it will be application/JSON. So now after this, it will only accept the app. So just paste it here, remove this, and now in headers it will only accept the application/JSON, and timeout will be 10,000, that is 10 seconds. Now after this, we will be creating our request interceptor. So now let's type here Axios instant dot interceptor dot request method, and type here dot use type here config is equal to an arrow function. Type here const access token is equal to local storage dot get item. So it will get the item token from our local storage. If access token is found, in that case it will type here config.headers.authorization, and for authorization we will be typing a backtick bearer a space and then the access token will be passed here. So here we will be getting the token from our local storage and we will be passing it for the authorization and return the config. Now in case of the error, let's type here error and create another arrow function and let's type here return. So in case of the error it will return promise.reject. So the promise is rejected and the error is passed here. Now for the request it is done here. Then for the response which is coming from the server side, we have to create that also. The response interceptor, then again Axios instance dot interceptor dot response dot use method, and now inside this we will be using here the response and create an arrow function, and here let's type return response. So we will be returning our response whatever the server returns. Then in case of the error, if the error returns, then create an arrow function. If error dot response, then if the error dot response is happening, then if it happens dot the status will be is equal to 401, then in that case it will show window dot location dot href is equal to slash. So it will show that the if in case of the error it will take us to our landing page, that is slash. Else if the error dot response dot status is equal to 500, that is the server error, then it will type here console dot error, and inside this the error let's type here server error. So it will show the server error. Now let me just make it inside a bracket here. Now in else if error dot code is equal to this code, that is carbonated, then let's type here console dot error, and inside this the request timeout. So it will be request timeout, that is it will pass the 10 seconds. Remove this else if and paste it outside this if. So if this happens, then it will show these two things, that is either this and or this. Else if it will show this. Now after this else it will just return the promise dot reject method, and inside this it will show the error. Now after this just type here export default Axios instance. So it will export this here. Now after this go to your user context. First go to here and just change the slash for the login and for the get profile here. Now after this close this here, and now after this let's type here Axios instance dot get method. So it will be a get method for fetching the user. It will be done on API path dot auth dot get profile. So it will get you the profile using this API slash profile. Now after this it will be a get method for the fetching. Now after this let's type a set user. It will be response dot data. Now after this for the error console dot error, and inside this error we will be passing here user not authenticated, and the error will be passed here. And now after this we will be typing here clear user function. So now after this for the finally block we will be typing a set loading, and it will show the loading, that is false. So here we will be fetching the user from this URL path, and it will be a get method. Now after this, type fetch user and it will fetch the user. Now after this use effect, let's type here const update user. So again, user will be passed here user data and create an arrow function. Now here let's type here set user, and set user it will be user data. So the user will be set here, and local storage dot set item, and it will set the token there, and the user data will be passed there. That is user data dot token will be passed there. Now after this, type a set loading and it will be false. So here we will be setting the item, that is token, in our local storage, and the user will be get updated using that token. Now type here const clear user. So for clearing the user, that is the logout function, type as set user, it will be null, and local storage dot remove item. So we will be removing that item, that is token, from the local storage. We will be removing the token here. So for clear user, we have created the function. For update, we will be setting the token, and for fetching, we have done this using the route here. So now after creating all this, just type here return, and it will return. Inside this, we will be typing here user context dot provider method, and now inside this, pass here children, and here the value will be, inside the value we will be passing here user. After that, we will be passing here loading, then update user and clear user. So here we will be passing these 4 details. Now after this, just type a export default user provider. So we will be exporting our provider here. Now in app component, just type here user provider, and now inside this, let's wrap our routes here. So we will be having our context in our app component, so we can use this context in any file now. After this user, so here the user will be imported from the, let's type const user is equal to use context, and inside this use context, let's type user context. So user context will be giving our user. Now type here const navigate is equal to use navigate hook, and here let's type here import use navigate from React router DOM package. So it will be fetching from the React router DOM package. Then user, after this user, just go to components and let's create our cards.jsx. Now in cards component, just type here profile info cards. So we will be creating our multiple cards. So first let's type here export const profile info card is equal to an arrow function. Inside this, type here const navigate is equal to use navigate hook. Now after this, type here const user, put a comma, that is clear user, and is equal to use context, and inside this use context, let's type here user context. So we will be getting these both details from the user context. Type here const handle logout. So here we will be creating our handle logout function, create an arrow function. Type here local storage dot clear, and here we will be clearing our whole local storage, and we will be passing here clear user. Then we will be navigating them to our landing page. Then return, inside this return statement, we have to type user and now here we will be clearing, and here we will be logging out. So after logout, we will be redirecting them to our landing page. Then give a div, give class name card styles dot profile card. So here for this card we will be using these CSS property. So now after this, just type here another div tag, give class name, it will be card styles dot profile initial container. Then a span tag, inside this give class name, it will be card styles dot profile initial text. Then let's type here user dot name. If present, then it will be user dot name dot char at, that is character at 0. So it will show for the user, it will show the initial character to uppercase so that it will be in uppercase, else it will show empty. Now another div tag, and inside this div another div, give class name to, it will be card styles dot profile name. So here let's type here user dot name, if user dot name, or it will be empty. Now another button tag, and give class name to the button, that is card styles dot logout button. And here after this type here on click property, and in on click we will be passing here handle logout, and let's type here just logout. So here we will be logging out, and here we will be giving our initial letter for the profile card. So now after this, in user, just type here if user is present, then it will be user info card. In else case, we will be creating a button tag, and in button tag give class name, that is landing page styles dot desktop auth button, and on click property create an arrow function, and just type here set mobile. First let me just type here another state, that is open auth model comma set open auth model is equal to, and use state hook, and the value will be false. Now here just type here set open auth model, and it will be true. Now another div tag, give class name, that is landing page styles dot desktop auth button overlay. Then a span tag, give class name landing page styles dot desktop auth button text. Just type here get started. So here a get started button is present here. If it will be logged in, it will show the user detail, that is the initial letter. Now after this, create a mobile menu, and inside this let's type mobile menu open, and create a div tag, give class name, that is landing page styles dot mobile menu. Then another div tag, give class name landing page styles dot mobile menu container. Then inside this type here user, if user is present, then again it will be a div tag, give class name, that is landing page styles dot mobile user info. Another div tag, give class name landing page styles dot mobile user welcome, and welcome back. It will show the welcome back button if the user is present, and the button will be landing page styles dot mobile dashboard button, and on click property it will be an arrow function. Let's type here navigate, and we will be navigating it to /dashboard route. So when we have the user logged in, it will show this, and set mobile menu open will be false, and type here go to dashboard. So here in else case we will be typing here another div tag, and inside this just type here button tag, don't give a div, just type here give class name, it will be landing page styles dot mobile auth button, and here after this just type here on click property and create an arrow function, and inside this it will show open auth model will be true, and set mobile menu, after this set mobile open auth model will be false. Just change it to set mobile menu open. Now type here get started. Now in your Chrome, now as you can see a get started is present here for the mobile menu. Now let's close this, and now after this in your VS Code after this header tag, let's create our main content. Now after this, give a main tag, then give class name to the tag, that is landing page styles dot main. Then after this, a section tag, and inside the section tag give class name, it will be landing page styles dot hero section. Then another div tag, give class name, it will be landing page styles dot hero grid. Then inside this, let's create our left content. So for the left content, create a div tag, give class name, it will be landing page styles dot hero left. Then inside another div tag, give class name landing page styles dot tagline. Now here give a tagline, that is professional resume builder. So now on your Chrome it is present here. Now after this let's create a h1 tag and give class name, it will be landing page styles dot header. Then heading, change it to heading. Then a span tag, give class name, that is landing page styles dot heading text. Then inside this, let's type here craft. Then another span tag, and inside this give class name, it will be landing page styles dot heading gradient. Then inside this, let's type professional. Then another span tag, give class name, it will be landing page styles dot heading text. And inside this, let's type resume. So here it is present here. Now after the h1 tag, create a paragraph tag, give class name to the paragraph, it will be landing page styles dot description. Then inside this, let's give a paragraph, that is create job winning resumes with expertly designed templates, ATS friendly, recruiter approved, and tailored to your career goals. Now the description is also present here. Now after the description, let's create a div tag, give class name, it will be landing page styles dot CTA button. Then another button tag, and inside this give class name, it will be landing page styles dot primary button. And now after this, let's type here const current page, set current page is equal to, and use state hook, and inside this the current page will be login. Now after this, create a const handle CTA is equal to and arrow function, and inside this if user is not found, then in that case it will be set open auth model, it will be true. Else if the user is founded, then it will navigate us to /dashboard. So if the user is not present, it will open the auth model, that is login model. Now after this, in button, let's give on click property, and let's pass here handle CTA. Now in button, let's give a div tag, give class name, it will be landing page styles dot primary button overlay. Then after closing this div right here, after this give span tag, give class name landing page styles dot primary button content. Then inside this, let's type here start building. Now a button is present here, start building. After this, give an icon, that is arrow right, and give class name to the icon, that is landing page styles dot primary button icon. Now and the size of the icon, it will be 18. So now the icon is present also here. Now give S to it, and the CSS will change here to the main div. Now after this, give class name to the button tag, that is landing page styles dot secondary button, and here type here on click property, and it will again be a handle CTA. Just type here view templates. So here the second button is also present. Now after all this, let's create our stat CRUD. Now after this, create a div tag. Here give class name, it will be landing page styles dot stat container. Then inside this, let's go to our GitHub. In our front end, in SRC, just go to your pages, landing pages, and just copy this here, and after this paste it here and type here dot map function, and inside this just type here stat comma index and create an arrow function, and inside this just type a div tag. Here give class name, it will be landing page styles dot stat items, and key will be IDX, that is index. Then another div tag, give class name landing page styles dot stat number. Now here make it backtick, and inside this backtick just remove this here and add a dollar here, and after this make it outside the backtick here. Remove this backtick from there. Then after this type here $stats dot gradient. So it will have that gradient color. Then we will be passing a stat dot value. Now after this another div tag and give class name landing page styles dot stat label, and inside this we will be passing a stat dot label. Now after passing these, we will be able to see it here. Okay, user rating is disturbed here. Just copy it again and now just paste it here. So now in your Chrome it is working fine and it is working smoothly. So now after this, let's create our right section or right side. Again in your VS Code, again in your GitHub, just copy the right side here, and after this just paste it here as it's a SVG. So here we will see a SVG icon present here. So now let's check whether it's responsive or not. So it is responsive till now for all the mobile sizes, for the laptop and for the tablet view also. So now after this section, let's create another section, that is features section. So now after this, create a div tag, or just create a first section tag. Inside this section tag, give class name, that is landing page styles dot feature section. Then a div tag, give class name, it will be landing page styles dot feature card features container. Then a div tag, give class name landing page styles dot features header. Then after this, create an h2 tag, give class name landing page styles dot feature title, and inside this let's type here why choose us. Or in the span tag, just type a landing page styles dot feature title gradient, and inside this just type here why choose resume expert. So here we will be able to see it here. It is coming small. So here just in features type S here. So now it is coming perfectly here. Now after this heading tag, create a paragraph tag and give class name, it is landing page styles dot features description. Now feature description, inside this let's give a paragraph. That is everything you need to create a professional resume that stands out. So here the paragraph is present here. Now after this div, let's create another div tag and give class name, that is landing page styles dot features grid, and inside grid let's just copy this dummy text here, and now after this just paste it here. Now after this type here dot map function, and inside this type here Here we will be having the background, here we will be having the gradient effect, the title and the icon, and we need to import the icon, that is zap. Here we have already imported this. Here we need to import download here. Then inside the map function, type your feature comma index and create an arrow function. Inside this, give our div tag, key will be index, and give class name to the div, that is landing page styles dot feature card. Now after this, create another div tag, give class name, it will be landing page styles dot feature card hover. And after, let's close this div right here. Then after this, another div and give class name backtick landing page styles dot feature card content, and again a $sign, type here feature dot bg. Then after this, another div tag, give class name, it will be backtick landing page styles dot feature icon container, and after this, type here $feature dot gradient. So now after this, inside this, we will be passing here feature dot icon. So here the icons will be present here. Now after this div, let's type a h3 tag, and inside this tag give class name landing page styles dot feature title, and now here we will be passing here feature dot title. Now after this h3, give class name to the paragraph tag, and it will be landing page styles dot feature description, and here we will be passing here feature dot description. So now after this, as you can see, the features and description with icon is present inside the card. Now after this section, let's create the another section, that is CTA section. Then inside this section, let's create a section tag, give class name to the section tag, that is landing page styles dot CTA section. Now inside this section, give a div tag, give class name, that is landing page styles dot CTA container. Then another div tag, give class name landing page styles dot CTA card. Then another div tag, and close the div tag right here, give class name, that is dot CTA card PG. Then another div tag, give class name landing page styles dot CTA card background, or just change it to CTA card content. And inside this, let's give a h2 tag, give class name to the heading tag, that is landing page styles dot CTA title. That let's give a title, that is ready to build your. Inside a span tag, give class name landing page styles dot CTA title gradient, and now type here stand out resume. So on your Chrome, you can see it is present here inside our card. Now after this heading tag, create a paragraph tag, give class name, it will be landing page styles dot CTA description, and now just type here join thousands of professionals who landed their dream job with our platform. Now another, after this, a button tag, and inside this button tag, give class name landing page styles dot CTA button, and on click property, and inside this type here handle CTA. Now another div tag, give class name, it will be landing page styles dot CTA button overlay. Now after this div, let's create a span tag. Inside this span tag, give class name landing page styles dot CTA button text. Now here just type as start building. So now after this, now here we can see the button is present here. Now after this section, or after this just main, we have to create our last section, that is footer section. So here we will be creating a footer tag, give class name to the footer, that is landing page styles dot footer. Then a div tag, inside this give class name, it will be landing page styles dot footer container. Then a paragraph tag, inside this paragraph tag, give class name landing page styles dot footer text. And now we will be giving our paragraph that is crafted with. Now here, just copy this span tag here and paste it here. Now after this, type here. After this, just type here anchor tag, and inside this anchor tag, let's search for Hexagon Digital Services on Chrome and copy this link here, that is URL. And after this, here you can see it is present here, the footer section. After this, here just define the target. Target will be underscore blank so that it will be open on the next page or a new tab, that is. So give class name, that is footer link, to the anchor tag, and type here Hexagon Digital Services. So now after this, in your Chrome it is present here. When we click on it, so it will redirect us to our site. So it is working fine here. Now after this, let's create another component, that is login.jsx. Then another component, that is signup.jsx. And here in both, let's type here RAFCE, and for login type here RAFCE. Now in component, let's create another thing, that is model.jsx, and inside this just type here RAFCE. So here in landing page, after this footer, let's create a model for login and sign up. So here we will be passing the details for login and sign up here. So inside a model, we will be passing here the details. So inside the model, we will be passing here is open is equal to open auth model, and on click, on close, it will be an arrow function, and inside this we will be typing here set open auth model will be false. Then set current page, it will be login. Now it will be, let's pass a height header, and after this give a div tag. Inside this div tag, type here current page is equal to, if the current page is login, then and we will be giving the login component here, and set current page will be is equal to set current page will be passed inside the login. Now same it will be done for the sign up also. Current page is equal to sign up, and sign up component will be imported here. Inside this set current page will be set current page. Let's close this here. So our landing page is completed successfully here. So now after this, once we go to our model, we have to create our model. So before creating, let's type here import model styles as styles. So here we will be using this model styles for this model. So here we will be using these CSS for this component. So now inside this model, let's remove this div, or just first let's import here, that is children we will be importing here using the context. Then is open will be coming. Then we will be importing on close, then a title and height header. Then after this, let's remove this div here and just type here another div, give class name to the div tag, it will be styles dot overlay. Then another div tag, give class name, it will be styles dot container. Then after this, type here not hide bar, that is the header is not hidden, that is height header not hidden. Then in that case, give a div styles dot header and a h3 tag, give class name styles dot title. So here the title will be passed here if the header is not hidden. Now after this, give a button tag, type of the button will be button, so it will act as a button. Then give class name, it will be styles dot close button, and on click it will be on close. So when we click, it will close the model there. So after this, let's import X from Lucidity React. So we'll be importing this icon from there. Inside this icon, type here size will be 20, and let's close this here. Now after this button tag, give class name, create a div tag, give class name styles.body, and inside this pass here children. So here in this model we will be doing this thing. So here we will be seeing a login model. When we click on cross, it will not close. So here we will to first type here if is open, then return. So return null. So if is open, so it will return the null. So once we open it, it will show the login model, and when we click on cross, it will closes the model here. So it is working fine for the model. Let's create our login. First, let's create the sign up first, so that we can sign up first. So let's type here import auth styles as styles. So here the auth style will be, we will be using the CSS property for this sign up component. Now inside this, let's create a div tag, give class name, it will be styles dot sign up component, sign up container. Then after this, give another div tag, give class name styles dot header wrapper. Then after this, an h3 tag, give class name styles dot sign up title, and inside this title, let's type here create account. Now after this, create a paragraph tag, give class name styles dot sign up subtitle. Now inside this, let's give a paragraph that is join thousands of professionals today. So we won't be able to see as it is only login here. So now in components, let's create first our input.jsx. Now in input, let's type here REFCE, and now change it to input, and let's type here export const input. Remove this line here, as we will be defining multiple input tag here. So here we will be passing a value comma on change property, then we will be passing a label, then a placeholder will be coming here, as well as the type will be text. So we will be defining the type here as initial as text. Then let's type here import input styles as, so here we will be using these property for this input.jsx. Now after this, let's type here multiple states, that is const show password comma set show password. So it will be using as an I button, so that we can switch it between showing and not showing password. Then let's type here const is focused comma set is focused is equal to use state, and give the value false. Then another const give styles is equal to input styles. So this is another method for using styles here. Then after this, create a div tag and give class name, it will be styles.wrapper. Then after this, let's pass here label, and we will be typing here label tag, give class name styles.label. Now after this, let's close this, and we will be passing here label. Now after this, another div tag, give class name styles.input container, and inside input container it will is focused. So it will define is active, just like that it will be is focused. Let's create an input tag. Inside the input tag, type will be type is equal to password. Then in that case, it will show password. So if it will be showing the password, it will be text, either it will be password, that is ... Else it will show text type only. Now after this input tag, inside this input tag, let's type placeholder will be placeholder. Then class name, it will be styles.input field. Then after this, value will be value, and on change property will have the on change property here. Then after this, on focus will be an arrow function, and inside this set is focused will be true. So after this on blur it will be again an arrow function, that is set is focused will be false. Now here just type here type is equal to password. Then in that case, first let's create an arrow function, and after this and let's create a button tag. Here we will be giving the icon here. So type will be button, and on click it will be create an arrow function. Set show password will be not show password, and give class name to the button tag, that is styles.toggle button. So we'll be toggling the password using this show password. If show password, then it will show the icon, and the icon will off icon. So here let's copy this off icon, and let's type an import off from Lucidity React. So this icon will be coming here, and after this give size of the icon, it will be 20. Let's close this. In else case, we will be showing the icon, which will be showing the password here, which is 20, which is not showing the password here. So here we will be showing the password using the toggling button. Now after this sign up, inside the sign up we will be creating our form tag. In form tag give remove this action tag and just type here on submit, and let's type here handle sign up, and give class name to the form tag, that is styles.signup_form. Now let's copy this handle sign up, and here just type here const. So here just go to our components and go to for sign up, and just copy this multiple states, and after this just paste it here. Now here let me just define the use state here, and use context here, and the user context here. So it will show the updated user here, it will take the full name, it will take the email, password, and the navigate hook also. So let's me type here use navigate from React router DOM. So here it will be imported here. So we will be taking the full name, we will be taking the email, we will be taking as password, error will be taken here, then update user will be coming from the user context. So here let's copy this set current page, and let me just use it as a prop here. So now after this let's type here const, and just here type handle sign up is equal to an async function, pass an event and create an arrow function. Now e.prevent default, as it will stop the page from reloading. Then after this if not full name, if the full name is not given, then set error, it will be please enter full name. Now after this if password, let's go to our utils and let's create our util that is helper.js. So here we will be creating multiple helpers that will be helping us in creating this site. So here let's type a export const validate email. Here we will be validating the email. So here we will be typing here const regex. So here we will be checking that it has @ or not, so that it shows that it's a valid email or not. So here we will be typing this code, which is also given on the GitHub. So you can just copy from there the lines. Now after this let's type a return. It will return regex.text, and it will test the email. So here we will be testing and validating that it is a valid email or not. So now after this let's copy this and just type here import now validate email from /utils /helper. So here after this, let's type here if not validate email, and we will be passing an email here. Then in that case it will set email, that is set error, that is please enter a valid email address. Then if not password, so if the password is not entered, then it will set error will be please enter password. So now after this set error, in that case it will be null, it will be empty. Then let's create a try catch block, and now inside the track block let's type here const response is equal to await keyword, and here Axios instance dot post method, and here we will be using the post method, and it will be done on API path dot auth dot register. So here we will be using this instance for the request, and it will be a post method which is done on this auth and which will be done on this register path, as we have already done in our backend. So let's put a comma and let's type here name will have the full name, then email will have the email, and password will be passed here. Now after this const token, so a token will be coming here. Token is equal to response.data. So a token will have the response.data if token is founded. If the token is present, then it will be local storage dot set items. Then we will be setting the token in our local storage, and the token will be passed here, and the update user will be response.data. So the user will be updated using the response.data, and we will be navigating them to our dashboard. So once the user is successfully logged in and the token is generated, it will redirect us to dashboard. In case of the error in our cache block, type here set error, and it will be error.response.data.message, or it will be something went wrong. Now please try again. So now after this let's refresh it. Okay, it will only show the login here. So let me just create our sign up first. So here let's type here input. It will be imported from the input.jsx. Value will be full name. Give on change property and create an arrow function. First let's pass here target and then create an arrow function and type here set full name. It will be target.value. Now after this type here label tag, and inside this label let's type here full name. Now after this give placeholder, and inside this placeholder type here John Doe. Then type of this input tag, it will be text. Let's close this input tag. Let me just copy this input tag and paste it 2 times. Now here change value to email, then here just set email, and now change label will be email, change placeholder, it will be email@example.com, and the type will be email. Now here we change it to password, set password, and now change label, it will be password, then placeholder, it will be changed to minimum 8 characters. Now type will be password. Now after this let's type here if in case of the error, it will be a div, and it will be a div give class name, that is styles.error message. After this let's close this div here and let's pass here error here. Now after this a button tag, inside this button tag give type will be submit, so it will submit the button. Give class name, it will be styles.signup_submit. Now after this type here create account. Now after this button tag, let's type here footer. So here we will be typing a paragraph tag, give class name, it will be styles dot switch text, and after this it will be already have an account. So here we will be giving a space here, and now in that case create a button tag and type of the button will be button, and now give class name to the button, that is styles dot switch sign up switch button, and now after this give a on click property, and it will be an arrow function, and which will be typing a set current page. Now it will set the current page to login, so it will take us to slash, that is login model. Now type here sign in. Now after this, after each of them, let's type here return, so it can be returning the error message here, as it won't return any message if we don't type here return. Let's close this, and now let's create our login model. Let me again just go to our landing page, and let me just copy this set current page and pass this here. Now in our GitHub, let me just copy this states, multiple states, and let me just paste it here. Now after this, let me import these use state here, and use context here, then user context, and now the navigate hook from the React router DOM. So here we will be only using the email and password here. Then let's type a const handle login is equal to an async function, and inside this pass event and create an arrow function. Then let's go to our sign up, and here let me just copy this so that it can validate. First let me just paste it here, and let me just type here prevent default, so it will stop the page from reloading. It will again check it will validate the email as well as the password, and it will set the error empty. Then let me create a try catch block. Now inside the try block, let's type here const response is equal to await keyword, and inside this let's type here axios instant dot post method. So it will be again a post method, and it will be done on API path dot auth dot login, and we'll be passing here email comma password. Now it will be done on this login path. So in API path, that is which we have already seen in our backend, it will take us to that particular route. Now after this, let's type a const token is equal to response.data. So if the token is present in the response.data, it will have that. If the token is present, then local storage dot set item, it will again set the token, and the token will be passed here. Then it will update the user with response.data, and it will again navigate us to /dashboard. So after this, let me just copy this cache block here and just paste it, the cache block which is copied from signup.jsx. Now after this, let's type here import auth styles as style. So here we will be again using this auth style for the login component. Now after this, let's remove this, and let me type here a div tag, and here give class name, it will be styles dot container. Then after this, another div tag, give class name styles dot header wrapper. Then h3 tag, give class name styles dot title, and let's type here welcome back. Now after this, create a paragraph tag, give class name, it will be styles dot subtitle, and let's type here sign in to continue building amazing resume. So now on our browser it is present here, so it is working fine. Now after this, let's type here form tag. Let's create our form tag. Let's go to sign up, and let's just copy these two input tags, and now here let's type first here form tag, and inside this form tag type here on submit property, and it will be handle login, and give class name to the form tag, that is styles.form, and now inside this paste it here. Now here just change the placeholder to hexagon digital services.@gmail.com. Now after this copy this error statement also, and after this input tag paste it here. So in case of error it will show this. Let's type here button tag, the type will be submit, and here give class name, it will be styles.sign up button, submit button. Then let's type here sign in. Now after this create a paragraph tag, give class name, it will be styles.switch text. Now inside this type here don't have an account. So if we don't have an account, it will redirect us to sign up model. Give a space here and type a button tag, give type of the button tag will be button, and give class name, it will be styles.switch button, and let's type here on click property, and it will be an arrow function, type here set current page, and now it will set the current page as sign up. So here let's type here sign up. So now something went wrong, that is input is not defined. Okay, we have to define this input. So after this let's refresh it, and now it is working fine here. Let me just type here hexa@gmail.com, which we have already signed in through the backend, and let me give it will show that validate email is not defined. So we have to define this validate email also. So now after this click on sign in. So it will show that /dashboard is, we don't have that route. Okay, and the next error will be solved here. Just type here the profile info card will be imported here. So now after this importation, this error will be solved here, and there is no route matching this /dashboard here. So now we have to create it here. So now let's type here route, and path will be /dashboard, and now element, inside this element we have to first create our that element. So in pages let's create our dashboard.jsx, and here let's type here RESTful. Now in our app component let's close this, and in our app component let's type here dashboard, and after this we have our dashboard here. So now we will be able to see the dashboard here. So this is all working fine here. Now after this again we will be able to see the H here, that is the user coming from the user context. And now again let me just sign in here so that we can see it here. Now again it's working fine, and here it shows hexagon here. The logout functionality was working fine, everything is working fine till now. So now after this let's go to our component and let's create our navbar.jsx. Now inside this let's type here RESTful. Now in components let's type here dashboard layout.jsx. Now here let's type here RESTful, and now inside this dashboard let's type here active menu, children, and after this let's type here const user will be coming from the use context hook, and inside this we will be passing a user context. So the user will be coming from there, and now type a div, let's import our navbar here, and let's pass active menu to our navbar. And now let's type here user and a div, give class name, it will be container mx auto, that is margin from x-axis will be auto, padding from top will be 4 and padding from bottom will be 4. And let's close this div and let's pass here children. So here inside this navbar we will be seeing this two details there. Now in navbar give class name. Now background will be white, opacity will be 70. Then type here backdrop blur large. Then after this border bottom, then border violet 100, opacity will be 50. Then after this padding from y-axis will be 2.5 and padding from x-axis will be 4. For medium screen padding from x-axis will be 0. It will be sticky, top will be 0, z-index will be 0, make it 50. Now another div tag, give class name to the div tag, that is max width will be 6xl, margin from x-axis will be auto, it will be flex, item center, justify between, gap of 5. Now after this create a link tag and let us import our link. So type here import link from React router DOM package. Now in link give two property, it will be slash, that is the landing page, give class name, it will be flex, item center, gap of 3. Then create a div tag and type here, it will be flex, item center, padding from bottom will be 6 and gap of 3. Now create a div tag again, give class name, it will be width will be 10, height will be 10, PG gradient to R from violet 600 to fuchsia 600. Now after this type here rounded 2xl. Now flex, item center, justify center, shadow will be large. Then after the shadow will be violet 200. Now after this give an icon, that is layout template, give class name, width will be 5, height will be 5 and text will be white. Let's close this icon here. Now on our UI we have to just go to our dashboard and here remove this and let us import our dashboard layout here. So let me import it here. So here is an error. Okay, we haven't imported the dashboard layout here. Let me import it here. So now it is imported here. So you can see icon is present here. Now after this in navbar type here a span tag and inside this give class name, text will be XL, for smaller screen text will be 2XL, then font will be black, PG gradient to R from violet 600 to fuchsia 600. Then let's type here PG clip text and text will be transparent. Now inside this let's type here resume expert. So now you will be able to see the resume expert here. Now after this link let's import here profile info card. So here you will be able to see our profile info here. So now let's close this here and now in our dashboard let's type here import dashboard styles as style. So we will be using this dashboard styles for this dashboard.jsx component. All these styles will be used in this component. Now after this let's create a div tag. Inside this give class name and in class name it will be styles.container. Then after this another div tag, give class name, it will be styles.header wrapper. Then another div tag and inside this an h1 tag, give class name, it will be styles.header title and let's give the title, that is my resume. So the title is present on the left side here. Now after this create a paragraph tag and inside this paragraph tag give class name, it will be styles.header subtitle. And now let us give a paragraph. So inside this first we have to define our states. So const navigate is equal to now use navigate hook. Now after this type here const open create model comma set open create model is equal to a use state hook. Make it a use state hook and the value will be false at initial. Then after this const all resume comma set all resume is equal to use state hook, and the value inside this, it will be an empty array. So here let's type here all resumes dot length is greater than 0 and okay, we have to check it. So if dot length is greater than 0, then in that case it will show you backtick you have dollar all resumes dot length resumes. So it will show you the total number of resumes you will be having there. And let's pass here all resumes dot length now is not equal to 1, then in that case it will show s, else it will be empty. So if our resumes dot length is not equal to 1, it will show resume, and if it is equal to 1 or more than that, then it will show resumes. In else type here start building your professional resume. Here it is present here. Now after this div, create another div tag, give class name, it will be flex gap of 4. Then after this create a button tag, and inside this button tag let's type here class name styles dot create button. Then inside this give on click property, and it will be an arrow function, and type here set open create model will be true. Now inside this create a div tag, give class name, it will be styles dot button create button overlay. Now after this div tag create a span tag, and inside this give class name, it will be styles dot create button content, and let's type here create now. So here a create now button is present here. Now after this let's give a icon that is lucidity file plus, and give class name to the icon that is group hover, and for the group hover it will be translate from x-axis will be 1 and transition will be transform. Let me close this icon here, and size of the icon will be 18. Now after this div tag let's create our loading states. So now let me type here const loading comma set loading is equal to a use state hook, and give the value will be true. Then type here const resume to delete comma set resume to delete is equal to again a use state hook, and value will be null. Now after this type here const show delete confirm comma set show delete confirm is equal to a use state hook, and value will be false. So now after this go to your GitHub, and in pages in your dashboard.jsx let's just copy this whole function and now paste it here after this. So here we will be getting the total completion percentage. Here we will be defining our completed field and total fields. So it will give our percentage according to this. Each time we have filled the input box, it will show our completion percentage increases by plus plus. So it will show you the increase in our completion percentage when the fields are being filled and saved. So here we will have multiple fields, that are education, skills, projects, certifications, languages, interests, and according to these fields, when these are filled, it will show you the total percentage, and the percentage will be coming by the ID. So, and we will be defining this function that is math.round, and here completed fields will be divided with total fields, and it will be multiplied with 100 to give the percentage. So now let me type here, it will show if completed it will do plus plus. So when the field is filled, then it will do the percentage as an increase. Now after this, let's type here const fetch all resumes is equal to an async function, create an arrow function. Inside this, create a try catch block. And now inside this try block, let's type here const resume response is equal to await keyword, and type here axios instance dot get method, as it will be a get method which will be done on API path dot resume, and it will be get all. So it will get you all the resume here. Now before this, let me just type here that set loading will be true. So till we will be finding it using the get method and using this get all route, which is this route, that is get all route. So here for this get all route, it will give us all the resume which we have already declared in our backend here, get user resume route. So it will be a get method again, and in resume in server.js we have defined this path here. So now after this, let's type here add completion percentage to each resumes. Now type here const resume with completion is equal to response.data dot map function, and inside this map our resume, create an arrow function, and inside this type here dot 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 resume. Then after this, type here completion will be calculate completion. So it will pass the completion and it will pass the resume here. The total completion, calculate completion will be this function which will have the completion percentage here. Now after this, type here set all resumes will be resume with completion. Now in case of the error, let's type here console dot error, and inside this let's type here error fetching resumes, and inside this let us pass here the error. So now after this, in finally block will be set loading will be false. Now after this, let's create a use effect hook, create an use effect hook, create an arrow function, and let's type here fetch all resume here, and it will be done when each time we reload our page. Now here we will be getting our resume. Now after this, now let's type here loading and create our div tag, and inside this give class name, it will be styles dot spinner wrapper. Then another div tag, give class name is styles dot spinner. Then after this, let's create our empty state. Then in case the length or we don't have any resume, it will show that is if loading is false and resume all resume dot length is equal to 0, then in that case let's type here a div tag and give class name, it will be styles dot empty state wrapper. Then another div tag, give class name styles dot empty icon wrapper. Then let's give an icon that is lucid file plus, and size of the icon will be 32. Give class name to the icon that is text violet 600. So now let's create a h3 tag, and inside this give class name to the heading tag that is styles dot empty title, and let's type here no resume yet. Now after this, create a paragraph tag and give class name, it will be styles dot empty text. and let's type here, you haven't created any resume yet. Start building your professional resume to land your dream job. So now on our Chrome it is present here. In case we don't have any resume yet, so it will show this. Now after this, a button tag, and inside this button tag give class name styles dot create button, and now inside this give on click property and create an arrow function and type here set open create model will be true. Then after this type here a div tag, give class name, it will be styles dot create button overlay. Then after this div tag, let's create a span tag, and inside the span tag give class name, that is styles dot create button content, and let's type here create your first resume. Now let's copy this icon line and paste it just after this. Now change the size to 20. So now after this, let's create our grid view. So now let's create type here is loading false and all resumes dot length is greater than 0. Then and in that case we will be typing here div, give class name styles dot grid. Then create a div tag, give class name, that is styles dot new resume card, and on click property it will be an arrow function and set open create model will be true. Now after this create another div tag, give class name styles dot new resume icon. Now after this give an icon that is lucid file plus and size of the icon will be 32. Give class name to the icon, that is text white. Now it is present here on the UI. So now after this give an h3 tag, give class name, that is styles dot new resume title, and let's give a title that is create new resume. Now after this create a paragraph tag, give class name to the paragraph, that is styles dot new resume text, and type here start building your career. Now after this type here all resumes dot map function, pass your resume and create an arrow function, and now inside this function let's type here, let me first create a file in our component, that is create resume form .js6, and type here REFCE. Now in cards let me just type here resume summary cards. Now go to our Chrome and go to our GitHub. In components go to card, and let's just copy this and let me paste it here. So here we have just defined multiple things, that it will have the title, it will have all these details, that is created at, updated at, on select, and completion percentage. Now after this let's go to our after this we have defined this use state hook, and here we will be getting the created at and updated at date. So it will have the month, date and year. So we will be getting these both dates from here, which will be stored in our server side. Here we will be getting the get color according to the completion percentage. So if it is greater than 70, it will show the color medium. Same, it will show the icon here according to the completion percentage, it will show the icon. Then import this icon, that is award and trending up. Now after this, Zap also needs to be imported here. Now after this function will be helping in deletion of our resume. Now here we have just defined the color here. So here we have just defined the color. So now after this, here we have just set it for our mobile view also, that is mouse or swipe for mobile view. Now after this we will be getting here completion percentage here, and according to that we will be showing our completion icon. So here we will be importing the edit here. Here we will be again seeing the completion percentage, and here we will have these 4 things which will be mapped, and once completed each will be light up using this completion percentage again. Here it will show a delete model here. Now after this, let's import this clock icon also. Here it will show the created and updated at here, and here we will be getting our progress bar, and progress bar will light according to the completion percentage here. So let's close this, and now in dashboard let's type here resume summary card, pass key will be resume dot underscore id, that is the MongoDB ID. Then after this type here image URL, it will be resume dot thumbnail link. Then after this title will be resume dot title. Then created at will be resume dot created at. Now type updated at is equal to resume dot updated at. Now after this on select and create an arrow function, and let's type here navigate, and we will be navigating it to slash resume slash dollar resume dot id underscore id. So it will be our MongoDB ID. Then on delete we will be passing again an arrow function, and now inside this, now after this use effect, let's type here const handle delete resume is equal to an async function, and inside this create an arrow function, and let's type here if resume to delete is not found, then return, it will return this. Then let's create a try catch block. Now in try block let's type here await keyword and type here axios instance dot delete method. So it will be a delete method, and we will be deleting it to the API path dot resume dot delete path, and we'll be passing here resume to delete. So here we will be using this as delete, we will be using this route, and deleting will be done on the ID. So let's type a toast. So first let me install the toast here. So now React Toastify. First let's install our this Toastify here. So here let's terminate this and paste it here. And now after this again search for React hot toast. So now let's install this package also. Click on this link and copy this command npm install react hot toast and paste it in your terminal. Now after this let's close this, and now again just run it again, npm run dev. And now after this let's type here toast. So first we have to import the toast here. So now let's type here import toast from React hot toast. Now after this type here toast.success, and inside this let's type here resume deleted successfully. Now after this let's type here fetch all resumes, and now in case of the error let's type here console.error, and here we will be passing here error deleting the resume, and we will be passing here error. Now after this toast.error, and it will show you the error that is failed to delete resume. So here it will show you this error, and in finally block set loading, it will be set resume to delete will be null, and then show delete confirm will be false. Now let's type here const handle delete click, and let's create an arrow function and let's pass id here. Then after this let's type here set resume to delete, and we will be deleting it using the id. Then set show delete confirm will be true. So now after this let's type here handle delete click, and we will be passing here resume dot id, that is MongoDB id. Then completion will be resume dot completion, or it will be 0. Then after this is premium is equal to resume dot is premium, and is new is equal to, now again let's install a package that is moment. So moment react, and let's open this site here, the first link, and let's copy this and paste it in your terminal. Now it will install this package here. So now after this let's install another package that is moment.js package. Let's install this npm install moment in your terminal, and it will install it successfully. Then again let's type here npm run dev. Now inside this let's type here moment, and after this type here dot diff, and inside diff it will be moment, and resume dot created at comma days is less than 7. So it will only show you the less than 7 resumes at the start here. Now after this let's type here import moment from moment package. So now after this let's refresh it on the dashboard, and so it is working fine here. So now after this again let's go to our dashboard and let's create our create model. Now inside this type here model and let's import it. Inside this type here is open will be open create model, then on close it will be create an arrow function, and inside this arrow function let's pass here set open create model will be false. Then hide header, then after this max width will be max width 2 pixel. Let's close this. Now after this let's type here div, and inside div give class name padding will be 6. Then another div tag give class name styles dot model header. Then after this an h3 tag give class name to the heading, that is styles dot model title, and inside this let's type here create new resume. Now after this a button tag, and inside this button tag let's type here on click property and give an arrow function. Type here set open create model will be false, and now after this give class name to the button, that is styles dot model close button. Here let's type here x, so it will be a close button. Then let's type here create resume form. On success let's pass here create an arrow function, and inside this let's type here set open create model will be false, and fetch all resumes. Let's close this here. So now after this model let's create our delete model. So for the deletion of the model let's create another model tag, and inside this is open will be show delete confirm, and now on close it will be again an arrow function, and inside this we will be typing a set show delete confirm will be false. Then title will be confirm delete confirm deletion, and then after this let's go to our model, and after this let's first import it. So show action btn comma action btn icon, then after this is equal to null, so the value of action btn icon will be null. Then after this action btn text, and after this we will be passing here on action click, it will be an arrow function, and inside this it will be empty. So after this type here show action, just first here let's type after this h3 tag, let me give the functionality, that is show action btn and button, and inside this button let's give a class name, that is styles dot action button, and after this on click property, and inside this we will be passing here on action click. Now inside this we will be passing here action button icon and action button text. So let's close this, and inside this show action button, then after this we will be passing here action button text, and inside this text we will be typing here delete. Then action button class name is equal to background will be red 600, for hover background red 700. Now after this on action click it will do the handle delete click. So for this, after this let's create a div, give class name, padding will be 4, another div tag, give class name, it will be flex column, then after this item center, and after this text center. Now after this create another div tag, give class name styles dot, just type here equal to, and after this give a class name, that is text orange 600, and size will be 24. Now inside this let's give the icon, that is lucidity trash 2, and give class name, size will be 24. Let me cut this CS class name from here, and after this just give a class name, that is styles dot delete icon wrapper, and after this for the icon paste that CSS here. So now after this a h3 tag, inside this give a class name to the heading, that is styles dot delete title, and let's type here delete resume. Now after this a paragraph tag, inside this paragraph tag give class name styles dot delete text. Now after this type here, are you sure you want to delete this resume? This action cannot be undone. Then put a full stop, and now let me just, okay, we haven't created our create resume form. So now after this just change it here to delete handle delete resume. Now in create resume form remove this, and here let's type here a div tag, give class name. Now here let's import from slash inputs. So this input will be coming from that file which we have just created here. So now inside the class name type here width will be full, max width will be medium, then after this padding will be 8, background white, then rounded 2 pixel, then border gray 100, then after this shadow will be large, then a h3 tag, give class name, text will be 2 pixel, font will be bold, text will be gray 800, make it 900. Now after this margin bottom will be 2, and inside this let's type here create new resume. Now after this create a paragraph tag, give class name, text will be gray 600, margin bottom will be 8, and now let's type here give your resume a title to get started. you can change or you can customize everything later. So now after this, once we click on it, it shows this here. Now after this paragraph, let's create a form tag, and inside this form tag, let's type here on submit, and let's type here handle create resume. And now first we need to create our this handle create resume. So let's type here const title comma set title is equal to use state hook, and inside this the value will be empty. Then after this, let's type here const error comma set error is equal to use state hook, and the value will be null. Then after this, type here const navigate is equal to use navigate hook. So now let's import this use navigate here. So import use navigate from React router DOM. Now after this, let's type here const and paste it here, give a equal to an async function, and inside this event will be passed and create an arrow function e.prevent default, so it will stop the page from reloading. Then after this, if title is not present, then in that case we will be typing here set error, and inside this error we will be typing here please enter a title, or just please enter resume title, and it will return the error. Then after this, set error will be empty. Now create a try catch block, and inside this try block, let's type here const response is equal to an await keyword Axios instance dot post method. Then inside this post method we will be doing it on API path dot resume dot create. So we will be creating this on this route. We will be passing here title. If response dot data dot underscore id, if it is present, then navigate it to the backtick slash resume slash dollar resume dot data dot underscore id. So here we will be using this route to create our resume. Now after this, in case of the error, let's type here if error dot response and error dot response dot data dot message. Then in that case, set error dot response dot data dot message. Now after this, else, in else case it will just set error, it will be server error or something went wrong. Please try again later. So now it's working fine here. It is closing here also, so it's working all fine. Now inside this form tag, let's type here a input tag and give value will be title. Then after this on change, it will be again we will be passing here target and creating an arrow function. Set title will be target dot value. Then after this label, and inside this label it will be resume title. After this a placeholder, inside the placeholder it will be example John Doe minus software engineer. Now after this, let's type and type will be text. So now after this error and in case of the error, give a paragraph tag, give class name text red 500 and text will be small, margin bottom will be 4. Now let me close this tag here. After this, and inside this pass the error here. So now after this, create a button tag, give class name, it will be width will be full, then padding from y axis will be 3, bg gradient to r, that is right, from rows 500 to pink 500, make it 600, and now after this text will be white and font will be black. Then rounded will be 2 pixel and hover scale will be 105. Then hover, and after this shadow will be XL. Then again hover and shadow will be rows 200. Then transition all, and inside this button let's type here create resume. Now define the type of the button, that is submit type. So now a submit type button is present here. Now let me just check it. So let's create a resume title, that is hexa. It shows something went wrong. Let's check the error. So here instance is not imported here. So after the importation, let's type here. So it shows that this route is not defined. So it is working fine, and in this it shows use state is not defined. Okay, in cards we have to define this use state here. So now here we can see a card is coming here that has 0% completion rate. So once we click on delete, it deleted, but our model is not going back. Okay, let me just check it again. Let me again type hexa, create resume, and now click on delete. It is deleting, but the model is not switching off. So we have to go to handle delete resume and just change it to show, set show delete confirm. And now after this, let me just check it again. Let me just type here hexa, create resume, and now once we click on delete, it closes the model here. So it is working fine here. Now after this, let's close all this, and now let's create a route, and path will be slash resume slash and colon resume ID, and now element will be edit. So first we have to create a component, that is edit resume.jsx. Now here let's type here RAFCE. Now in app let's type here edit resume, and let's close this here. So now here let's define a toaster. Now inside this toaster let's type here toast option, and we will be defining here the toast option, which will have the class name will be empty, then style, it will be having the font size, it will be 13 pixel, and after this toaster will be closed here. So here it will show you a toast which is 13 pixel, as has a font size of 13 pixel. Now after this, let's go and let's check it here, create a hexa, create, so it takes us to our edit resume route, and again once we click on edit, it takes us to that route. So it's working fine. So now after this, let's create our edit resume. Type here dashboard layout, and inside this let's type here a div tag, give class name, it will be container styles dot model main. So here for the container styles, we will be using these styles and also multiple styles for this edit resume. So now after this, let's create another div tag, give class name, that is container styles dot header. Then after this, create a, first we need to go to input tag, and after this input, go to our GitHub, and in input.jsx, let me just copy this photo selector as well as input title. So these all codes are given on the GitHub, so you can go from the given link in the description below. So now let's just import this use ref. This is done for the photo selector. It will have these things. So here we just, in title input, we just need to type here used in edit resume. So it will be used in our edit resume. So as a title input. So here we have to just import this titles input styles. So here we need to import photo selector styles also. Then after this will have a input tag which will have these details inside it, and we have to just import the icon check, and it will set editing, and set editing will be coming from the above use state, and for this edit it will be coming from the above use state. So now after this, let's type here title input, and here let's me give the title. So title will be passed as, now first we have to type here const, or we just need to go to our GitHub in edit resume. Let's just copy these multiple states, and after this copy it here till this use effect hook. So here we will be just defining our states, as well as we will have already discussed previously. We have to just import the use params, use navigate hook, use reference hook, and use state hook. And now after this, here we have to just create our use resize observer here. So here we are defining these 4 things. Then we have this multiple use states hook, which we are defining each having a state. For use resizer observer, above the edit resume, let's type here resize observer hook. So here let's type here const use resize observer, so it will just resize your page according to your size, that is A4 sheet. Type here const size comma set size is equal to use state hook, and inside this width will be passed as 0 and height will be passed as 0. So according to your page style, it will just resize the content, that is. Then let's type here const ref is equal to use callback, then inside this node, and create an arrow function. If node is present, then const resize observer is equal to new resize observer, and inside this let's pass here entries, and in entries create another arrow function, and let's type here const width comma height, and is equal to, it will be entries at 0 index dot content rect, that is rectangle. Then set size, it will be width comma height. Now after this, let's type here resize observer dot observe. So for the observe, it will be passing node here. Then it will be done each time we refresh our page. Now return, and we will be returning here, that is size comma reference. So in this we will be resizing this is a resizing hook which will resize our height and width according to the page size. Now after this, here we have multiple states as we have defined it. The open theme selector, current pages, progress, is loading, and many more. Now after this, it will also show the completion percentage here. So after this, we will be defining our resume data. These data which we have already described in our resume controller in our backend previously is this, which will be given from our edit resume to our server. So here we have defined each thing inside the array and something inside out of the array, and for this we have already discussed it in the dashboard, which will give you the completion percentage. So here it is same as that previous percentage, so it will give you the completion percentage right here. Now use effect, it will just reload after the page is reloaded. So inside this type here dot title and set title. Inside this type here value and create an arrow function, and inside this let's type here set resume data, and inside this data let's type here previous data and create an arrow function. Type here dot 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 previous, type 3 dots previous, put a comma, and let's type here title, and it will be value will be passed here. Then let's close this input title input. So here, what's the error? Use effect is not defined. Okay. So we need to just import this use effect here. So now once we refresh it again, it shows edit is not defined in our inputs. Okay. So in our inputs, we have to just import this edit here, and check will be imported too. Now, so it is present here and it is working fine. It shows professional resume. So it will not work for now. Once we refresh, it will take us to again professional resume, and it's already been defined on the top. So now after this, let's give a div tag, give class name. It will be flex. Now flex wrap. Then after this item center, then gap of 3. Then create a button tag. Inside this button tag, give class name. It will be button styles dot theme. So here the button styles will be used for the button styling. Now after this button, give here on click property and create an arrow function, and inside this arrow function type here set open theme selector will be true. Then let's give an icon that is palette, and size will be 16 of that icon. Now create a span tag. Inside this give us class name that is text small and type here theme. So now inside this our theme will be visible here. Now after this button tag, let's create another button tag, and inside this give on click property. It will be again here we will be passing here handle delete resume. So now let's copy this handle delete resume, and after this use effect, let's type here delete function to delete our any resume. So this function will delete the resume when we are editing it, and it will directly delete it. So here let me just copy this. Let me scroll down, and here it will show a handle delete resume function. Let's copy this, and after this paste it here. Here we will be doing it in our try catch block again, and in try block we will be using the Axios instance dot delete method, as it will just delete it. And let's import it first here. Now let's import the path here, then for resume, and it will be delete route. So we will be using this route to delete the resume using the ID. So let's close this, and we will be passing here the resume ID, and it will show toast.success as delete, and it will navigate us to dashboard, and in case of error it will show these errors, and finally it will set the loading false. Now after this, let's create a span class name, and inside this type here button styles dot delete. Then disable is equal to, it will be disabled when its loading is true. Then after this a icon that is thrash 2, and size of the icon will be again 16, and a span tag, and inside the span tag text will be small, and let's type here delete. So now on our browser delete is present here. Now once we delete it, it shows that toast is not defined. Okay, so we have to define our toast here. So after this, let's type here import toast from React hot toast. Now after this, Once we click on delete, it will delete our resume. So let me create another one and click on delete again. It will show resume deleted successfully. Now let me create another test hexa and create it. Now go back to our VS Code, and now after below the button tag, let's create another button tag, and here give on click property. It will be an arrow function again, and set open preview model will be true. Now after this, give class name, that is button styles dot download button, and after this give an icon, that is download. Size of the icon will be again 16. Let's close this, and a span tag, and in span tag it will be test will be small for the class name, and type preview here. A preview button is present here. So now after this div, let's create our step progress. So now before that, let's just copy all of this in our edit resume. First let me just copy this till this validate input. So let's copy this, and now after this use effect, let's paste it here. So now here we will be just now below this we will show you here we have already explained that it will be our completion percentage. Now here we will be validating and next. So it will be a switch case. So in each case it will validate that whether it is filled or not. If in case it is not filled, it will show that it is required, that is designation, or it can be anything in that particular case. That is, it can be either skill, either projects or certifications. Then in default case it will just break. Now in case of error length will be 0 greater than 0, it will set the error join, and it will go to next step. Now for the go to next step, if you are either on this any of the page, it will take you to the next page. But if your current page is additional info, that is the last page, it will show you the open preview model will be true if you are on the last page. Else it will take you to the next page, and slowly it will increase by +1 value, that is the next index. Then const percentage, it will show you the completion percentage here. Now after this again go back, will do the same thing. It will take you to the back, take back to previous form state, or it will just take you to /dashboard if you are on the first page. If you are on the first page, it will take you back to your dashboard, else it will take you to the previous pages. So here it will just decrease the current index with -1, and it will show you the percentage of the progress through percentage. Now for the render of the form, here we will be passing here the profile data. Now here we will be passing the contact info. Then we will be passing each here using a case method. So in each these things will be passed here. Education will be passed here, then skills will be passed here, and then projects, and now after this the certification, then additional info. Here in additional info, as you can see, it will have multiple value languages and interest here. Now after this, let me just copy next things to explain, that is const update section to update array item. Let's copy and paste it after this. So now here in update section, here we will be having these three keys, value and section. and it will change the previous value with the new value, and it will update the resume data here. So here we have to just type here update the section state. Now after this, for the update array item, it will update the item using this index, and the key will be null. If the key is null, it will update index is equal to value, else it will update the array, as well as the key will be updated here also. So update array items means that it will update the items which will be gone as an array through in our server. So now let's copy these two and let me paste it after here. Here in add array items, it will add the new items, as we have to add the new item, and for remove array item, it will remove the items from the array. As array is taken in our backend, we have defined the array, and inside that we have defined multiple things. So like work experience is an example you can check in our backend. So here removing the info using index. So here we will be removing the info using the index, and it will update our array. Now let's copy this, and after this let's paste it here. So here we will be fetching our resume details by ID. So here we will be fetching resume details by using ID or using the backend URL. So here we will be fetching this using the await keyword and Axios instance dot get method, as it will be a fetching, so it will be a get method, and it will be done on this get by ID route, as we will be require a ID to fetch that particular resume, so we can update or change the value within the resume. So we need the ID here. Then if response.data is this, then the set resume data, we will be setting each details here, and in case of error it will show these errors. Now after this, let me just copy this again. Now just paste it here, and now in here for the upload resume image, we will be uploading the thumbnail reference. So it will help in choosing the preview, as well as helps in downloading the resume. So here it will just upload our resume as an image, and it will also help to see its preview, also helps in downloading the resume, also saves the resume as image, as an image. So here we will be storing the image in our thumbnail element, and fixed for the fixed Tailwind color, we have already given you the multiple utils. So for you can just create the four files here and paste that code here. These all are just the helper function. So here let me just copy this and paste it here. So now here we will be fixing the color for our resume when it's downloaded. So it will be in black and white. White will be the page color and black will be the text color. It's the helper function. Then after this, let's import it from our colors.js. Now after this, for HTML to canvas, now again just search in your browser, open a new tab and search for HTML to PDF. So now let me just copy this command and now paste it in your terminal, and let's install this package, and let's copy this script. And now for this script, go to index.html, and after this link let's paste it here, and another script, and inside this type here window.js PDF. So we have to again remove this script from here, as we will be typing here using the JS PDF. We don't need this HTML to PDF. So let me just install this here, npm install JS PDF. And now let's copy this script and paste it here. Now after this, type here window.js PDF is equal to window.js PDF.js capital PDF. Now after this, let's type here npm run dev. Now let's close this. Now let's close this. Now after this, let me just type here import HTML to PDF from HTML to PDF.js. Now after this, here we will be giving the thumbnail, our scale and background. Now here we will be giving that the image will be .png only, stores the image as resume, and its style will be .png. That is, the format of the image will be PNG. And for here the uploadation of the image, we will use this route from the backend. It will upload our image there. Now after this, go to data.js and just copy these dummy datas. This is all dummy data. So type here data.js, and inside data.js just paste it here. So now after this, go to helper.js and now copy this, and in helper which we have already created, let me just remove this and paste it here. So here each of them is already explained here. So for inline computed styles, we will be giving the styles. This is all the helper function we will be required for this creation of this file. Now go to upload image.js, and after this create another util, that is upload image.js, and paste it here. Now here again it will help in uploading the images. So it will help us in uploadation of our resume as an image. So we will be using this route here. So now let's close this. It is a helper function. Also, so it will help in downloading also. So it will help us in downloading the resume also, as it will help us in uploading the resume. So here we have this dummy resume data. In this file you will have dummy data only. Now in helper.js we will be typing here, in helper you will get multiple helper functions. Likewise, as it is explained briefly on the top of each function. So go through it to get better knowledge or better understanding. Now after this, let's close this. Now let me close this color.js also. Now after this, go to our edit resume.js again, and now we have to just copy and paste our this function, that is const update resume details. So now after this, just paste it here again, and this function will update our resume details as a thumbnail link. So we will be updating this function. This function will help in updating the resume, and put will help in updation on backend, or that is the server side. So here we will be using the thumbnail link, and set loading will be true. It will be a put method, and for update we will be using this route to update it, and we will be requiring the ID. It will update the resume data. It will upload thumbnail with a new thumbnail link, and then completion will be shown through the completion percentage, and then finally it will just stop the loading as false, or it will set the loading false. Then after this, copy this const till the end, and now let's paste it here. Now after this, here in our download PDF, this function will help us in downloading our PDF. So download function it is, so it will help us in downloading the PDF here. So we will be downloading the PDF. So we will be finding the PDF using the reference, and it will show you the toast that is generating PDF, and it will be overriding here. So for the overriding, it will just give you the colors, and then in try block HTML to PDF, so it will just convert our PDF from our HTML to our PDF. So type of how it will look when downloaded. So here we will be defining our type. So like JS PDF will have unit format, and page break will have the CSS legacy. Here we will save the resume here, which will be downloaded when we need it. So after the download is successful, it will show you this toast, then set download will be true, and timeout will be 3000, which is 3 seconds, and finally it will set is downloading will be false. Then update theme will be our theme selector function, which will help us in choosing from the multiple themes which we have already seen in our intro. So now for the use effect, it will do it so all this function will be used for the edit resume. Now after this, type here all the code that I have given is on GitHub, so you can get it from the given link below. So now after this, in components, let's create another component, that is forms.jsx. Okay, type here forms.jsx, and after this type here REFCE. Now let me just copy this, and in our form.jsx, let's paste it here. So here we will have how our form will look like. It will have the languages, it will have the interest, it will have the certifications, it will have the multiple details that is required in this. So it is how our data will get filled in edit resume. So it's only input type. Here I will get how to fill, as well as it will be like data will be passed here. So here informs data will be passed here, as well as it will just take the data as inputs and multiple things, as we will have the contact information. So here in contact we will have these 4 details, and it will be an input tag. So for the input we have already created that card, that is input. So here we will be passing these details in our input. So now after this, let's create another component, that is resume section.jsx. And now in our resume section.jsx, again copy this and paste it here. Here it will be the same, as it will just define how our preview will look like. So here our preview will have these much details inside it, as it will have also progress and action link also. Now after this, go to our, we will have this template 1 and template 2 as well as template 3. So these all templates are given in the description link below, as well as the code is present on the GitHub also, as well as in the description link of our drive link also. So here all 3 things are present here. Now after this, let me just type here, according to this, or according to the template, this is how our resume will look like when downloaded, as well as when we have to see in our preview section. So now so here we have this images, and it will just look like same as the template 1 will look like exact as same as resume 1, resume 2 and resume 3 will look exact same as template 2 and template 3. So now let me close all this. Now again in component, let me create another component, that is tabs.jsx. Now here let's type here RESTful, and now again let's close this, as we don't need any more the GitHub link. Now here it will show test hexa as we have entered it previously. So now after this, go to our, we will be sending the title here in our title, that is title input. We will be sending that title, so it will show you that title there. Now in tabs.jsx, in this div give class name, width will be full, margin from y-axis will be 2. Another div tag, give class name, it will be flex wrap, background will be violet 50, padding will be 1, rounded 2 pixel, then border color violet 100. Then after this, let's use it as a children's, that is tabs active tab and set active tab. So these will be coming soon, we will be exporting them. And let's create the theme selector.jsx and type here RESTful. Now in theme selector, let's import, let's type here resume templates, which will be coming from the data, and here let's type here const tabs data is equal to, and here let's type here label, and inside label it will be template. Now let's call our children, that is selected theme, which will be passed later on. then type here set selected theme, and then call resume data and on close function. Now after this, type here const resume reference is equal to use ref hook, and now inside this hook let's give the value null, then const base width comma set base width is equal to and use state hook, and inside this the value will be 800. Now after this, let's type here selected theme. So here we will be selecting the theme template using ID. So we will be using the ID to select the theme. So let's type here const initial index is equal to resume templates dot find index, and we will be finding the index of t, and arrow function t dot id is equal to selected theme. Then type here const selected theme comma set selected theme is equal to a use state hook, and inside this let's type here theme will be selected theme, or it will be resume template which is at 0 index dot id. So it will be the index that will be theme template 1. Then for index, initial index will be greater than equal to 0. In that case it will be initial index will be 0. So here we will be selecting our theme, and in initial cases it will be our template 1, that is theme 1. Then type here const tab value comma set tab value is equal to a use state hook, and inside this value will be template. That's the templates. Now remove this here and give class name to the div, that is max width will be 7 pixel, margin from x-axis will be auto, padding from x-axis will be 4. Then let's type here header, and after this create a div tag, give class name, it will be flex column. For smaller screen flex will be row, and item will be start. For smaller screen item center, then justify between, then gap of 4, then margin bottom will be 8. Then type here padding will be 4. For smaller screen padding will be 6. Background bg gradient to r, that is from white to violet 50, rounded 2 pixel, border violet 100. Now let's type here icon, that is, or just call here tabs, which will be coming from the tab.jsx, and pass here tab will have tab data, active tab will have tab value, and set active tab will have set active tab. Now let's close this, and now here we have just call it there. So now create a button tag in theme selector.jsx and give a class name, that is width will be full. For smaller screen width will be auto, it will be flex, item center, justify center, gap of 3, padding from x-axis will be 6, padding from y-axis will be 3, bg gradient to r, from violet 600 to fuchsia 600, text will be white, font will be black, rounded 2 pixel. Then for hover, scale will be 105, transition all, and shadow will be large. Then hover, shadow will be XL. Then after this, inside this button, type here on click property and type here handle theme selector, that is handle theme selection. Let's define it here. Let's type here const handle theme selection is equal to an arrow function, type here set selected theme, and inside this type here selected theme selected selected template, as we have to change our selected template, not theme. Okay, set selected template dot theme. Then let's type here on close function and let's after this type here const updated base width is equal to create an arrow function. Now here we will be update our base width according to the size of the screen. If resume reference dot current, set base width will be resume reference dot current dot offset width. So now after this let's type here icon, that is check, and size of the icon will be 18, and let's type here apply changes. So now once we click on theme, it will show you that. Now after this div, create another div tag, give class name, it will be grid, then it will be grid calls 1, for larger screen grid columns 5, gap of 6, then for larger screen gap of 8. Then let's type here another div tag, give class name, for larger screen call span 2, background white, rounded 2 pixel, border gray 100. After this padding will be 4, for smaller screen padding will be 6. Now after this another div tag, give class name, group, it will be grid, then grid calls 1, for smaller screen grid calls 2, gap of 4, max height will be 60 VH. For larger screen max height will be 70 VH. Now after this type here overflow will be auto, then after this padding will be 2. Let's type here resume templates dot map function, and here let's type here template comma index and create an arrow function. And now inside this arrow function type here, let me just go to cards, and after this cards let's create our template card first. So here let's type here export const template card is equal to create, type here thumbnail image comma is selected comma on selected or on select, create an arrow function. And now let's type here return and create a div tag. Inside div give class name, it will be backtick group, then height will be auto, for medium screen height will be 300 pixel, for larger screen height will be 320 pixel, it will be flex column, let me remove this one extra comma here. And now after this let's type here background white, border will be 2, overflow will be hidden, cursor pointer and transition all. After this duration will be 500, hover scale will be 105, hover shadow will be large, rounded will be 3 pixel. Now after this type here is selected, in that case background border violet 500, shadow will be large and shadow violet 500, opacity will be 20, background violet 50. In else case type here border gray 200, hover border violet 300. Now after this give a property that is on click, and an on click it will be on select. Now after this type here thumbnail image, if thumbnail image is present, then in that case create a div tag, give class name, position will be relative, width will be full, height will be full, padding overflow will be hidden. Then create an image tag. In src let's type here thumbnail image, or it will be slash placeholder dot svg. Now in alt type here template review, Now give class name to the image tag. It will be width will be full, height will be full, object cover and group hover, scale 110. Then type here transition transform, duration will be 700. Now after this image tag, create a div tag and let's close this div tag right here. Give class name, position will be absolute, insert 0, pg gradient to t from white /10, wire transparent, make it /60, wire transparent to transparent, opacity will be 100, group hover, opacity will be 100. Then type here transition opacity, duration will be 300. Now after this is selected and create a div tag, give class name, position will be absolute, insert 0. Now background will be violet 500, opacity will be 10. Then a flex, item center, justify center and create another div tag, give class name, width will be 16, height will be 16, background will be white, then backdrop blur small, then rounded will be full, flex, item center, justify center, shadow will be large, and then animate, it will be pulse. Now give an icon, that is check, size will be 24 and give class name to the icon, that is text violet 600. Now after this let's create our hover effect. Create a div tag, give class name to the div, that is position will be absolute, insert 0, bg gradient to top from violet 100, opacity will be 30, to transparent, opacity will be 0, group hover, opacity will be 100. Then transition opacity, duration will be 300. Now in else case, just type here another div tag, and now inside this div give class name, width will be full, height will be 200 pixel, flex, item center, flex column, then justify center, bg gradient to bottom right from violet 50 to violet 600, to fuchsia, change it to wire violet 600 to fuchsia 50. Now after this let's close this div here, and inside this div create another div tag, give class name, height will be, width will be 12, height will be 12, then bg gradient to br from violet 500 to fuchsia 500, rounded will be 2xl, then it will be flex, item center, justify center, then margin bottom will be 3. Then let's give an icon, that is edit, give class name to the icon, that is text white, and size of the icon will be 20. Now after this div create an span tag, and in span tag give class name, text gray 700, font will be bold, and let's type here no preview. So here in case of no preview it will show this. So now we have completed our template card here. Now let's go to theme selector.jsx and now let's type here template card and type here key will be backtick templates underscore dollar index. Now after this thumbnail image, that is thumbnail img will be thumbnail dot template dot thumbnail image, then is selected will be selected template dot index is equal to index on select, create an arrow function and type here set selected template, and inside this pass here theme will be template dot id and index will be passed here. Now let's close this template card. Now after this, create our right area. So for right area, let's create another component, that is render resume.jsx. So here we will be rendering resume using our switch cases here. Now here let's call here template ID. We have to call resume data also, as well as container width. Now after this, remove all this, and now type here switch case. So here switch, we will be using the template ID for the switching. So for case 01, we will be typing here return. So we will be returning our template 1 for the first one. So now here template 1 will be imported here. We will be passing here resume data as resume data, as well as the color container width will be containers width. Let's close this. Now for case 02, again we will be return template 2. So here we will be returning this template 2. So here just remove this and type here template 2. Again we will be passing here resume data as resume data, and containers width will be containers width. Now for the third case, that is case will be 03, and for that just return, we will be returning here the template 3. So here let me just go back and type here template 3, and here we will be again passing the resume data as resume data and containers width as containers width. Now for the default case, we have to just return the template 1. So for default, it always will show that we have already selected the template 1, and we will pass the same details again here. So now let's close this, and in theme selector.jsx, let's type a div tag, give class name. For larger screen, call span 3, background will be white, rounded will be 2xl, then border gray 100, padding will be 4. For smaller screen, padding will be 6. Then type a reference, and for reference it will take the resume reference here. Then after this, type here render resume, and inside this template ID will be selected template dot theme, or it will be empty. Then resume data will be resume data, or it will be dummy resume data. So this dummy resume data will have these details. If we haven't filled that, it will show this detail in our resume. So now let me close this. Now after this, type here containers width will be base width. Now let's close this here. So now let's go back. It is all working fine. So now let's go back here. Let me just go to tabs. Let me close all this, and now in tabs, let's type here tabs dot map function, and inside this map, let me just pass the value, that is tab, and create an arrow function, and inside this type here button tag, and key will be tab dot label. Then after this, type here class name to the button tag. It will be backtick, position will be relative, it will be flex 1. For smaller screen, it will be flex none. Then padding from x-axis will be 4. For smaller screen, padding from x-axis will be 6. Padding from y-axis will be 2, and for smaller screen it will be 3. Text will be extra small. Then for smaller screen, text will be small. Then font will be bold, and rounded will be XL. Transition all. And then after this, let's type here active tab is equal to tabs dot label. Now after this, type here, if it happens, then it will show background white and text will be violet 700. Shadow will be large. In else case, it will show text slate 500, hover text violet 600. After this, hover background will be white, opacity will be 50. Then let's type here on click and create an arrow function, and inside this type here set tabs will be tab.label. And now inside this button, let's create a span tag, give class name, position will be relative, z index will be 10, and now here let's pass here tab.label. Now after this, type here active tab is equal to tab.label, then and now create a div tag, give class name, position will be absolute, insert 0, PG gradient to R, from violet 500 opacity 10 to fuchsia 500 opacity will be 10, rounded XL. Now after this, let's close this, and now in our components, let's create another component, that is progress.jsx. Now here let's type here RESTful. Now let's remove this and let's call here progress is equal to 0, then total is equal to 5, and color and the BG color. Now inside this div, give class name flex gap of 1.5. Now after this, type here array of total and map function, and inside this type here underscore comma I, that is index, and create an arrow function and type here a div tag, give class name, give key will be index, and now give class name, it will be backtick, width will be 2, height will be 2, rounded will be rounded, and then transition all, then dollar index is less than progress, then in that case it will show BGCN 500, else it will show BGCN 100. So now after this, type here style, and in style type here background color will be index is less than progress, then in that case the color will be color, or it will be RGBA 1,1,1,1, else it will be BG color, or it will be again RGBA 1,1,1,0.1. Now let me just close it here. So now after this, we have completed our progress.jsx. Let's close this, and now let me just create another component, that is step progress.jsx. Now here let's type here RESTful. Now let's call here progress. Now here let's type here import shimmer styles. So here these CSS will be applied for our shimmer style for our this component, that is step progress.jsx. After remove this div here and open a styles tag, and inside the style tag type here shimmer styles. Now after this, create a div tag, give class name, position will be relative, width will be full, height will be 4, background will be white /50, then backdrop blur will be 2xl, then overflow will be hidden, rounded full, then border white, opacity will be 10. Now after this, create another div tag, and let's close this div tag right here. Give class name, position will be absolute, insert 0, BG will be gradient to R, from violet 500/20 to fuchsia 500/20. Animate pulse. Now after this, let's create our main progress bar. So here let's type here a div tag, give class name, position will be relative, then height will be 10, change height to full, PG gradient to R, from violet 500 via fuchsia 500 to violet 600. Then after this, type here animate fill flow. Then after this, PG will be length will be 200% underscore 100%. Now after this, transition all, duration will be 700. Then ease out. Now after this, rounded will be full, overflow will be hidden. Then animate pulse glow. Now after this, give a style, and in style type here width will be backtick progress percentage. Now after this, create another div tag, and let's close this div tag. Right here, give class name, position will be absolute, insert 0, BG gradient to R, from transparent via white, opacity will be 40, to transparent, animate will be shimmer. Then after this, let's create after animated bubbles. So here let's create a div tag, give class name, position will be absolute, insert 0, opacity will be 80. Now inside this, type here array, and now here value will be 8 dot map function, and inside this map type here underscore comma I, that is index, and create an arrow function. Create a div tag, give key will be index, then give class name, position will be absolute, top will be 1/2, width will be 2, height will be 2, and BG will be white. Then rounded full, animate will be bubble, then shadow will be large. Then after this, a style, and inside this style type here left backtick. Now here let's type here I plus 1, then after this into 12%, then put a comma, then let's type here animation delay. So for delay backtick I into 0.5, make it 0.25 seconds. Then after this, transform, that is will be translate from y-axis will be minus 50%. Now after this div, let's create our particle effects. So now again a div tag, give class name, position will be absolute, and insert 0. Now type here array, and the value will be 12. Then dot map function, here type here underscore comma index, that is I. Create an arrow function, create a div tag, give key will be index, and give class name, position will be again absolute, width will be 1, height will be 1, background will be white, opacity will be 60, then rounded will be full. Now after this, give a style, and in style left will be backtick $math.random into 100, put a comma, percentage. Then after this, top will be backtick $math.random, and inside this into 100%. Then after this, animation delay, and now inside this type backtick math.random, and now this into 2 seconds. Now after this div, let's type here progress is greater than 0 and create a div, give class name, position will be absolute, top will be 0, height will be full, width will be 8, BG gradient to R, from transparent via white, opacity will be 60, to white, opacity will be 30. Then blur will be small, then styles, and inside the styles, let's type here left will be backtick math, again math dot random or math dot max function, and in this max it will be 0 comma progress, so it will take us till the last progress -4%. Now after this, another div tag, give class name flex, justify between, then item center, margin top will be 3. Inside this, another div tag, give class name, text will be extra small, then font will be bold, text white, opacity will be 60. Then after this, let's pass here progress is less than 25. In that case, we will be typing here getting started. Then in else case, if progress is less than 50, it will show making progress. Then in else case, we will be typing here progress is less than 75, then it will show almost there. And now else it will just show nearly completed. So above 75 it will just show nearly completed. Now after this div, create another div, give class name flex, item center gap of 2. Then type here progress is equal to 100. If the progress is equal to 100, then in that case give class name to the div, that is width will be 6, height will be 6, BG gradient to R, from green 500 to emerald 500, rounded full, flex, item center, and then justify center. Now let me just terminate this loop, and after this go to and search for React feathers. So this is also a icon library. So now let's copy this command and paste it in your terminal. Now after this, go back there and just close it here. Now after this, let's type here check and give size to the icon, that is 12. So let me wrap it here. Okay, then let's close this icon here and give class name to the icon, that is text will be white. So now let me just import check from React feather library. So now after this, let me type here npm run dev in our terminal. So now let me just refresh it. So it is working fine, and now it shows everything is working fine. Now after this, let's close all this. Now in edit resume.jsx, let's type here div tag, give class name, it will be container styles.grid. Then another div tag, give class name, it will be container styles dot form container. Then let's type here step progress, and in this let's pass here progress, and progress will be progress. And let me just close it here. Then after this, type here render form. So it will render our form. Then give div, give class name, padding will be 4, for smaller screen padding will be 6. Then let's type here error message and create a div tag, give class name, it will be status styles dot error. Now after this, give an icon that is alert circle, give size of the icon will be 16, and let's close it here, and let's type here error message here. Then another div tag, give class name, it will be flex wrap. Then after this, item center, justify end, and cap of 3. Now let's type a button tag. Inside this button tag, let's give a class name. Again it will be button styles dot back. Then type here on click function and type here go back. Then disable is equal to, it will be disable when is loading. Now here let's give an icon that is arrow left, size of the icon will be 16, and now here type here back. So a back button is present inside this edit. So once we click, it will take us to /dashboard. Now here again let's check it. So it's working fine. Now after this button, create another button tag. Here give class name, it will be button styles dot save button. On click, it will be upload resume images. Disable is equal to is loading. Then after this, give an icon or just type here is loading. Then if in that case, we have to give an icon loader 2 and size of the loading will be 16, and give class name to the icon that is animate pulse, or change it to animate spin. Then let's close this. In else case, just give an icon that is save icon, and size of the icon will be 16, and it will be closed here. Then let's pass here is loading. If it's loading, then it will show saving, else it will show save and exit. Type here ... So okay, so here we have to fill our detail here. Anything you can fill, just we have to check it here. In summary, we will be typing hexa. So it will show an error, failed to upload image. So thumbnail element is not found. So okay, we will be fixing this error later. So now create another button tag, give class name, here button styles dot next button. Then on click property, here we will be typing here validate and next. Then disable is equal to is loading. Then let's type here current page is equal to adding additional info, and we will be showing the icon download, size of the icon will be 16. Now after this, just type here current page is equal to, again let me just copy this and now paste it here, and type here if current page is equal to additional info, it will show preview and download. So the button will change itself to preview and download, else it will be next. If the current page is equal to, make it inside the inverted commas, and now here then show the icon that is arrow left, and size of the icon will be 16, and give class name to the icon that is rotate 180 degree. So here we will be able to see our next icon, next button here. Now let me just type anything here, test okay or not, click next. So it is working fine and the progress bar is increasing here. Now after this, when we click on back, it is working fine. Let me give an email that is example@gmail.com, and phone number can be any dummy number. So click on next. So it is working fine. Okay, then after this div, let's get another div tag, give class name, it will be hidden, for larger screen it will be block. Then another div tag, give class name, it will be container styles dot preview container. Then another div tag, give class name text center, margin bottom 4. Then another div tag and give class name, it will be status styles dot completion badge. Then another div tag, give class name, it will be icon styles dot pulse dot. So here in icon styles we will be using this only this particular style for our icon styles, and status style will have this CSS property for this edit resume.jsx. Then a span tag. Inside the span tag, let's type here preview minus completion percentage with a percentage here. Then it will show completed. So here it will show the completion percentage as preview is completed as 0%. It shows 0 as we haven't hit the save and next button. Then create a div tag, give class name preview container, and position will be relative. Now let me go to our component and let's create our a4.css. For our preview container we need it. So in our dummy.jsx there is a commented code here. So let me just first uncomment it. Now here we have to add it there. So let me just copy this or just cut it here, and now let me remove that here from here, and in app.css let me paste it here. This code is also present on our GitHub link. So now after this type here reference, and in reference let's type here preview container reference. Then another div tag, give class name, it will be container styles dot preview inner. Now inside this type here render resume, key will be backend preview dollar resume data dot template dot theme. Then template ID will be resume data dot template dot theme, or it will be empty. Then resume data will have resume data, and containers width will be preview width. Now let me just close it here. Now after this div let me just create our model data here. So let me just type a model tag and it will be imported here. Is open will be open theme selector. Then on close it will be an arrow function. Type here set open theme selector will be false. Then after this title, in title it will be change title. Now create a div tag, give class name, it will be container styles dot model content. Then inside this type here theme selector. So here in theme selector we will be creating a use effect hook also. So create an arrow function in theme selector.jsx and type here update base with, then window dot add event listener, and we will be typing here resize, so it will resize us according to our width. Then return, create an arrow function and let's type here window dot remove event listener, again resize, and let's pass here update base width. Now it will be done when we reload our page. Now after this let me just close it here. Theme selector, set selected theme will be resume data dot template. Now after this dot theme, then set selected theme will be updated theme. Then on close create an arrow function. Let's type here open set open theme selector will be false, and let me just close it here. Now after this model create another model, and inside this model let me just type here is open will be open preview model, and on close will be again an arrow function, and here set open preview model will be false. Now title will be resume data dot template or resume data dot title, and now show action button will be safe here. Now after this action button text will have is loading, then it will show generating dot dot dot, else it will show download success. In that case it will show downloading or downloaded, else it will show downloaded PDF. So now let me just refresh it. So it shows that we have to import our React icon. Okay, so let's terminate our front end and let's go and search for React icons. Now here open this first link and copy this command and paste it in your terminal. Now let me close it. Again let me npm run dev here and let me refresh it. So now it is present here and our preview is working fine. Okay, the preview is working not fine. Set tab is not defined. Okay, so here we have defined set tab. Okay, set tab value, not set active tab. Let me see. So it is working fine here. Now click on apply changes. So it shows on close is not a function. Okay, so here on close. Okay, the C is smaller for the on close. Copy this on close and paste it here. So now let me just again apply it. So the theme is applied here and the preview is working and the theme is working fine. Okay, so now in edit resume.jsx, now we have to type here action button icon is downloading. Then in that case it will be loader 2 and size of the icon will be 16. Give class name to the icon, that is animate spin, and let's close this icon. Now after this an else block, it will be download success. In that case give an icon that is check, give size of the icon will be 16, give class name to the icon that is text white. Then after this remove this bracket here, so it will show you this. In else case we have to just type here another icon that is download icon and size of that icon will be 16 again. So now give a property that is on action click, it will be download PDF. So it will help us in downloading the PDF. Now create a div tag, give class name, position will be relative, another div tag, give class name, text will be center, margin bottom will be 4. Then another div tag, give class name, here status styles dot model batch. Then another div tag and give class name, it will be icon styles dot pulse dot, and after this div create a span tag, give here type here completion, and we have to give here completion percentage as percentage. Now after this create another div tag, give class name, it will be container styles dot PDF preview, and now give another div tag, give reference, it will be resume download reference, and give class name to this div, it will be A4 dash wrapper. Then another div tag, give class name, width will be full, height will be full. Then let's pass here render resume, and the key will be backtick PDF dash resume data dot template, then dot theme. Then after this let's type here template ID, and in template ID it will be resume data dot template dot theme, or it will be empty. Then resume data will be resume data. Oh, okay, just cut it here and paste it after this. Wait, Okay, now let's type here container width will be null, and let's close it, the render resume here. Now after this model, let's create, now our thumbnail issue will be fixed here. So now let's type here a div tag, and inside this give styles, it will be display will be none. Now reference, it will be having the thumbnail reference here. Now another div tag, give class name, it will be container styles dot hidden thumbnail. Then after this type here render resume, and key will be backtick thumb minus resume data dot template dot theme. Then after this type here template id, and in template id it will be resume data dot template dot theme, or it will be empty. Then resume data will be resume data, and now let's close it here. Now let me just type here anything. So our preview is getting changed every time we enter anything new. Now we hit save and exit. So we made our changes, and it shows 12% completed. Now let me change our theme. So it will change our theme also. Okay. Now let me just type an email hexagon@gmail.com and give a dummy number and click on next. So it is working fine. Now after this give any, and let me just click on a start date. So it will be on any start date. Okay, let me just select this month, and for the description you can just type here this month and click on next. Here let me just click on save and exit. So it will show again 38% completed. Once we click on download, it will show you the resume here. Now let me choose our theme, and now let me hit on download PDF button. So it will download our PDF here. Now let me just open it in our browser. So it will open in our A4 sheet. Once we have filled it, it will be looking good. So now after this, let me log out here, and let me sign up with a new account to check the functionality, as only a single user can use it or see his own resume there. So let me click. So here we haven't created any new resume here. So this functionality is also working fine here. So let me create a new resume here, that is new, and click on create resume, click on save, click on delete. So the deleting function is also working fine. Now let me again log in with the old email. Now here we have a resume here. So guys, we have completed it. This site is responsive for all the devices, whether it's mobile or it's tablet. We can see when we hit on anything, it is responsive for all the, even though our download is also responsive for all the screens, whether it's mobile or it's laptop or it's in tablet view. Click on get started. So it is all working fine. This is all. Stay tuned for more, and thanks for watching.